Hard miles. The grid is dead. The law is gone. The hunt is on. Chapter 1. Dead, Vance said. He tossed the satellite phone onto the cracked vinyl of the passenger seat. The screen remained a blank black square. No signal. No coordinates. No connection to the world outside this limestone oven. Vance Corren gripped the steering wheel of the 1994 Ford Bronco. The leather wrap had rotted off years ago, leaving bare, sun-baked plastic that burned the calluses on his palms. He steered the heavy truck around a jagged crater in the Caliche Road. The suspension groaned, a metallic protest against the brutal geography of West Texas. The air conditioner died in El Paso. Now, the vents just pushed the ambient heat of the Chihuahuan Desert straight into his face. The air tasted of alkali dust and hot engine oil. Vance rolled the window down another 2 inches. The wind rushing through the gap felt like a blast furnace exhaust. It offered zero relief, but it kept the stagnant air inside the cab from suffocating him. He glanced at the temperature gauge on the dashboard. The red needle hovered a millimeter below the danger zone. The old V8 engine worked hard, grinding its way up a steady, unforgiving incline. 2 days of driving this broken grid. Vance thought about the trench he found 40 miles back. He had stopped the Bronco to investigate a massive scar cut into the desert floor. Someone brought heavy machinery out here. He found the deep chevron-pattern treads of a backhoe pressed into the baked earth. He followed the trench to the exposed conduit. Thick black fiber-optic cable lay severed in the dirt. Vance had knelt beside the trench. He traced the cut with his thumb. A clean, precise slice. Industrial shear. The earth around the cut smelled of diesel exhaust and scorched plastic. A random vandal shoots a transformer or steals copper wire for scrap. A professional cuts the fiber line to plunge a specific quadrant of the map into total darkness. Someone wanted this stretch of the Badlands isolated. Someone wanted the cameras blind and the cell towers mute. Vance wiped a bead of sweat from his eyebrow with the back of his thumb. He wore a faded denim shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, the fabric plastered to his chest. A Glock 19 rested in a Kydex holster tight against his right hip. He felt the familiar, reassuring pressure of the gun against his ribs. Out here, with the grid dead, the gun represented the only reliable law. He reached down to the floorboard and hoisted a clear plastic gallon jug. 2 inches of water sloshed at the bottom. The water magnified the scratched plastic, catching the harsh glare of the midday sun. Vance unscrewed the cap. He brought the rim to his lips. He allowed himself 1 mouthful. The water hit his tongue hot and flat, tasting of plastic and age. He held it in his mouth, letting it soak his dry gums, before forcing it down a throat that felt lined with sandpaper. He capped the jug. He set it back on the floorboard. 2 inches, Vance said. The Bronco hit a washboard section of the dirt track. The tires stuttered. The steering column shook his forearms. He kept his foot steady on the accelerator, maintaining forward momentum. If the truck stopped out here, the engine block would heat soak. It would never start again until the sun went down. The landscape offered nothing but hostility. Endless plains of scrub brush and ocotillo stretched toward a horizon jagged with purple mesas. The earth baked to a pale bone-white chalk. Every plant possessed thorns. Every shadow concealed a rattlesnake or a scorpion. The sky above presented a bleached, unrelenting expanse of pale denim blue, devoid of a single cloud. The heat played tricks on the human eye. A mile down the trail, the air shimmered and danced. The road appeared to turn into a pool of liquid silver. Vance squinted through the polarized lenses of his sunglasses. He knew the mechanics of a mirage. Light refracting through layers of superheated air. He ignored the fake water. He looked for hard angles. Nature creates curves and jagged chaos. Men create right angles. He spotted a shape cutting through the shimmer. A roof line. Vance lifted his foot off the gas pedal. The Bronco slowed, the engine compression dragging the speed down. He let the truck roll, keeping his eyes locked on the disturbance in the heat haze. The shape solidified as the distance closed. Corrugated tin. The sun hit the metal, throwing a blinding glare across the scrub. Vance touched the brake pedal. The calipers squealed. He stopped the Bronco in the middle of the trail. The engine idled, a rough, uneven lope. The cooling fan roared under the hood, fighting a losing battle against the thermal mass of the iron block. Vance grabbed a pair of Bushnell binoculars from the passenger seat. He lifted them to his eyes. He adjusted the center focus wheel with his index finger. The ranch jumped into view. It sat in a shallow depression, a bowl carved out of the limestone. The property looked like a fortress built by desperate people. A perimeter fence of barbed wire and rusted T-posts surrounded a collection of weathered structures. The main house featured peeling white paint and a wraparound porch sagging under the weight of an old roof. He tracked the binoculars past the house. A barn stood 50 yards back, the wood gray and splintered. A modern array of solar panels dominated the roof of a lean-to shed, tilting their black faces toward the punishing sun. No power lines connected the property to the outside world. An off-grid setup. Vance studied the details. He looked for movement. He scanned the porch, the windows, the shadows pooling beneath the barn eaves. Nothing stirred. A heavy, absolute stillness commanded the property. He lowered the binoculars. The engine temperature gauge ticked higher. The needle touched the edge of the red zone. A faint smell of boiling coolant drifted through the air vents. Vance looked at the water jug on the floorboard. He looked at the dashboard. He looked at the solitary ranch. He needed water. The radiator needed water. "Company it is," Vance said. He dropped the Bronco into drive. He turned the steering wheel hard to the left, leaving the main dirt track. The front tires crushed a patch of dried chala cactus, the spines snapping under the weight of the tread. He followed a faint set of tire ruts leading toward the perimeter fence. The approach exposed his vehicle from a mile away. The owner of that house possessed plenty of time to hear the V8 engine, spot the cloud of dust rising behind the tires, and prepare a welcome. Vance kept his speed low. 15 miles an hour. An unhurried pace. A declaration of approach, not an ambush. He unbuckled his seatbelt. He checked the action on his Glock by pressing the slide back 1/4 of an inch, verifying the brass casing of a 9mm hollow point resting in the chamber. He pushed the weapon back deep into the holster. The Bronco crossed a dry creek bed. The suspension bottomed out with a harsh, metallic clang. Vance gripped the wheel, absorbing the shock through his shoulders. The truck crawled up the opposite bank, tires spinning for a fraction of a second before biting into the hardpan and pulling the heavy chassis forward. The ranch grew larger in the windshield. Vance noted the lack of livestock. A property this size required animals, but the corrals stood empty. The dirt inside the wooden rails looked untouched, baking into a hard ceramic crust. He reached the front gate. An open span of wire and wood, pushed wide to invite or trap whoever came down the drive. Vance steered the Bronco through the gap. He pulled into the main yard. The sound of the engine echoed off the tin roof of the house. He threw the transmission into park. He turned the key backward. The engine sputtered, shuddered violently, and died. The sudden silence felt heavier than the heat. The ticking of cooling metal filled the void. Ping! Ping! The exhaust manifolds shedding hundreds of degrees into the still air. Vance left the key in the ignition. He pushed the heavy driver's side door open. The hinges screamed for grease. He stepped out of the cab. The heat hit him like a physical blow, a solid wall of temperature that sucked the moisture from his eyes and the breath from his lungs. His boots crunched on the gravel. He shut the door behind him. The slam sounded like a gunshot. He stood beside the front fender. He kept his hands away from his sides, away from the concealed weapon on his hip. He planted his feet shoulder-width apart. He tilted his head back, letting the brim of his hat block the high sun, and stared at the dark rectangle of the front door. Vance waited for the shadow to move. Chapter 2. You lost. The voice cut through the metallic ticking of the cooling engine block. It carried a dry, raspy edge, like wind blowing over crushed glass. Vance kept his hands resting in plain sight, palms open against the sun-blistered paint of the Bronco's front fender. He tracked the source of the voice. The dark rectangle of the front door yielded a shadow. The shadow stepped across the threshold and broke into the punishing sunlight. She wore a faded canvas work jacket over a plain gray t-shirt. The jacket offered zero ventilation, but it provided armor against the thorns and the sun. Her jeans bore the white, frayed scars of hard labor at the knees. Scuffed leather boots ground into the porch floorboards. Sun-bleached blonde hair pulled back into a tight utilitarian knot exposed a face lined with a permanent squint. She carried a Mossberg 590 tactical shotgun. Matte black steel. Extended magazine tube. Ghost ring sights. She held it across her chest, the muzzle angled down, her index finger resting rigid along the trigger guard. She handled the weapon with the casual competence of someone who slept with it within arm's reach. I asked a question, she said. My radiator sits a hair below the red line, Vance said. My throat matches. I need water. You passed 3 gas stations on State Road 118. The grid went dark 40 miles back, Vance said. Pumps require electricity. I found a trench cut through the hardpan. Someone sheared the fiber-optic mainline. Her eyes narrowed. The information registered. She processed the threat level, her gaze dropping to the Kydex holster tight against Vance's right hip. I see the iron, she said. Standard equipment for a dead grid, Vance said. I keep my hands up here. You keep your finger off the trigger. We maintain a civilized exchange. She measured him. She catalogued the dust coating his denim shirt, the exhaustion carving hollows under his cheekbones, the battered condition of the Ford Bronco. State your name. Vance Corren. Sarah Hayes, she said. She did not offer her hand. She gestured with the chin toward the side of the house. Brass spigot past the porch stairs. Run by the solar pump. Drink. Fill your radiator. Then get back in that truck and put dust between you and my property line. Understood. Vance pushed off the fender. He retrieved the empty plastic gallon jug from the floorboard. He shut the heavy door with a solid metallic clack. He walked toward the side of the house, maintaining a deliberate, unhurried pace. He absorbed the details of the Hayes ranch. Desolation anchored the property. A broken rocking chair sat on the porch, a woven seat unraveled into rotting twine. Wind chimes constructed from empty brass shell casings hung from the eaves. They clinked together, a hollow dead sound. High weeds choked the rusted skeleton of a vintage Ford tractor near the barn. A child's plastic tricycle, bleached a chalky pink by the relentless sun, lay on its side in the dirt. Poverty etched itself into every piece of wood and rusted nail. Yet Sarah Hayes stood her ground, defending this barren patch of rock with lethal intent. Vance reached the spigot. A black rubber hose coiled in the dust below the brass fixture. A modern solar array dominated the roof of a nearby shed, the black photovoltaic cells humming with converted energy. He twisted the brass handle. The pump engaged with a deep, subterranean thud. Cold, clear water surged from the pipe, splashing against the dry earth. Vance knelt. He brought his mouth to the stream. The water hit his tongue, sharp and freezing. It tasted of limestone and deep earth, lacking the chemical tang of municipal treatment plants. He swallowed. The chill tracked down his esophagus, shocking his overheated core. He drank until his stomach knotted, then pulled his head back, gasping. Water dripped from his chin, soaking the collar of his shirt. He filled the plastic jug to the brim. He twisted the cap on, tight. Sarah watched from the porch. She had shifted her position, keeping the heavy wooden porch pillar at her back, minimizing her exposure. Vance walked back to the Bronco. He popped the hood latch through the front grille. He lifted the heavy steel hood. A wave of trapped, superheated air washed over his face, carrying the bitter scent of scorched rubber and boiling ethylene glycol. He grabbed a soiled rag from the battery tray. He draped it over the radiator cap. He twisted. The cap yielded with a violent hiss, spitting a geyser of white steam into the dry air. Vance stepped back, letting the pressure vent. When the hissing subsided, he removed the cap. He poured half the gallon of cold well water into the metal throat of the radiator. The engine drank it down. "You run a quiet operation," Vance said over the hood. "Big corrals. No livestock. No horses. No cattle. Just empty dirt." Sarah shifted the weight of the Mossberg. "Livestock requires feed," Sarah said. "Feed requires money. Drought killed the grass 2 years ago. The bank took the cattle last winter. Yet you stay. My name is on the deed. My husband buried his life in this dirt. I hold the ground." Vance secured the radiator cap. He slammed the hood down. "I have a badge in the glove box," Vance said. "Bounty hunter. Skip tracer. I hunt men who skip bail. It carries 0 legal weight out here, but it explains the gun." "A piece of tin means nothing when the phones go dead," Sarah said. "Men with badges bleed the exact same color as men with face tattoos." "I agree." Vance leaned against the grill. "You keep checking the eastern ridgeline. Your eyes drift every 10 seconds. You expect specific trouble. I possess generic paranoia." "A cut fiber line indicates organized ambition," Vance said. "Cartels cut lines to blind the Border Patrol sensors and shut down local law enforcement radios. It creates a dark zone. They use dark zones to move high-value cargo." Sarah's grip on the shotgun tightened. Her knuckles turned white against the black synthetic stock. "Move on, Vance Corren." "I saw a scout camp 10 miles back," Vance said. He kept his voice flat, stripped of emotion. "Deep in the canyon breaks. I smelled the wood smoke before I saw the ashes. Heavy boot prints. Discarded tactical ration wrappers. Professional operators hold that ground. They wait for something." Sarah swallowed. The movement highlighted the taut cords of muscle in her neck. "You got your water," Sarah said. "If you expect a delivery," Vance said, "or if you intend to move something through that dark zone, you face bad odds. Wolves wait in that canyon." "I handle my own odds." "A Mossberg holds 8 shells," Vance said. "A cartel strike team brings automatic rifles and vehicle-mounted belt feds. 8 shells buy you 3 seconds of noise before they turn this house into splinters. I possess more than a shotgun." Vance looked at the empty corrals, the bleached tricycle, the sagging roof. Desperation breeds fatal decisions. People backed into a corner make deals with the devil, or they take risks that end in shallow desert graves. "I head for Camp Vanguard," Vance said. "The private military base, up the highway. They maintain hardwired satellite uplinks. I check their physical bounty boards when the digital grid fails." "Camp Vanguard operates outside the law," Sarah said. "Mercenaries in tactical gear. They ignore civilian distress calls. They protect their own assets." "They pay in gold," Vance said. "I trade bodies for gold. It constitutes a simple relationship." Vance reached for the driver's side door handle. A sound stopped him. He paused, his fingers curled around the chrome latch. A vibration traveled through the soles of his boots. The ground transmitted the tremor before the sound waves reached his ears. A low, rhythmic rumble. Sarah raised the muzzle of the shotgun. She stepped to the edge of the porch, her boots crushing a dry weed. She stared past Vance, tracking the eastern horizon. The rumble amplified into a distinct mechanical roar. Vance recognized the aggressive, high-pitched whine of two-stroke dirt bike engines, underscored by the heavy guttural growl of quad-track all-terrain vehicles. Multiple engines. Running hard. Pushing the RPM limit. A massive plume of chalky dust reached the ridgeline. The cloud billowed into the pale sky, a dirty brown storm front rolling across the scrubland. Vance turned his back to the Bronco. He rested his right hand near the grip of the Glock. "Your company arrives," Vance said. Sarah did not lower the shotgun. The tension in her face fractured, revealing a raw, terrifying mixture of profound relief and absolute dread. "Open the main gate," Sarah commanded. "I opened it when I drove in." "Open the inner corral gates," she yelled, the calm facade shattering. "Move." Vance analyzed the dust cloud. The approaching vehicles moved too slow for a simple convoy. They drove in a wide crescent formation. They herded something. He looked at Sarah. He looked at the empty, baked dirt of the massive corral enclosures. Vance broke into a run. He sprinted across the yard, his boots kicking up clods of dirt. He reached the heavy wooden gate of the primary holding pen. He threw the heavy iron latch, hauling the massive timber structure open. The roar of the engines hit the property line. 5 young men crested the final rise. They rode battered dirt bikes and rusted ATVs, their faces wrapped in dust-caked bandanas. They shouted, revving their engines, swinging heavy leather bullwhips in wide, cracking arcs. Ahead of the machines, a moving wall of muscle, sweat, and panic flooded into the ranch yard. 30 head of wild mustangs. They surged through the open gate, a chaotic tide of roans, bays, and pintos. Hooves slammed into the hardpan, a thunderous percussion that rattled the windows of the old house. The horses frothed at the mouth, coats soaked in sweat, eyes wide and rimmed in white terror. They brought the smell of crushed sage and raw fear. Vance backed against the fence rails as the herd poured into the corral. He watched the lead rider, a young man on a scarred Yamaha dirt bike, slide the rear tire out, kicking up a rooster tail of gravel to block a stray mare from bolting. The boy killed the engine. He pulled the bandana down from his face. He shared Sarah Hayes's sharp jawline and pale eyes. He looked 19, carrying the exhaustion of a man twice his age. He stared at Vance, taking in the stranger, the gun, and the open Bronco. The boy dropped his hand to a heavy hunting revolver strapped to his thigh. Vance stepped away from the fence. The dust settled over the yard like a dirty shroud, coating the men, the horses, and the steel of the guns. Chapter 3. Drop the hand, Jackson. Sarah Hayes stepped off the edge of the porch. The Mossberg 590 remained tight in her grip, the matte black barrel angled toward the dirt. Her boots crunched against the gravel, deliberate and heavy. Jackson kept his palm pressed against the walnut grip of the Ruger Blackhawk strapped to his thigh. He stared at Vance. The boy breathed in ragged, dust-choked gasps. Sweat cut muddy tracks down his sunburned cheeks, stripping the dirt away to reveal raw, peeling skin. "He opened the gate," Jackson said. "I told him to open the gate," Sarah said. "Get your hand off the iron. Secure the perimeter." Jackson held Vance's gaze for 3 more heartbeats. The boy tried to project lethal intent, but exhaustion clouded his eyes. His shoulders slumped under the weight of a torn motocross jersey. He surrendered the staring contest, dropping his hand from the revolver. The 4 other boys shut down their machines. The 2-stroke engines sputtered and died, leaving a sudden ringing void. The void vanished, replaced by the frantic percussion of the herd. 30 mustangs milled in the center of the cedar rail holding pen, a churning whirlpool of muscle and panic. They kicked up fresh clouds of pulverized manure and limestone dust. Iron shoes slammed against the packed earth. Halter rings jingled. Vance observed the herd. These animals lacked the refined, delicate bones of thoroughbreds. They possessed thick necks, deep chests, and compact, powerful frames. Survival in the scrubland shaped their genetics. Mesquite thorns and barbed wire left white scars across their roan and bay coats. They carried no fat. Rope-like veins bulged against their sweat-soaked hides. The youngest boy dumped his Honda dirt bike in the dirt. He stripped his leather gloves off with his teeth. He sprinted for the brass spigot beside the house. Jackson reached out and grabbed the boy by the collar of his jersey. "Stock drinks first, Leo," Jackson said. Leo fought the grip, his boots slipping in the dust. "I swallowed a pound of sand, Jax. My throat bleeds." "Stock drinks first. Open the trough valves." Leo scowled. He tore his collar free. He marched toward the corral, his shoulders hunched in mute rebellion. Vance walked to the driver's side of his Bronco. The heavy truck blocked the staging area between the barn and the main gate. Jackson intercepted him. The boy stood 6 feet tall, raw-boned, lacking the bulk of full adulthood but carrying the dense muscle of constant labor. He positioned himself between Vance and the open truck door. "Keys," Jackson said. "In the ignition," Vance said. "Move the truck. You block the staging area." "I intend to move it." "You look at the herd," Jackson said. "You count the heads." "I count 30, Vance said. "You count 30 bags of cash." "I see the math in your eyes." Vance rested his hand on the open window frame of the Bronco. He evaluated the kid. Jackson carried a chip on his shoulder the size of a cinder block. Poverty and responsibility forge a brittle kind of pride. "I read the animals," Vance said. "High-dollar buyers demand flawless stock. You bring them untouched mustangs. 0 papers. 0 brand inspections." Sarah joined them. She rested the shotgun stock on her hip. "We possess the federal tags," Sarah said. "Bureau of Land Management surplus. We bought the capture rights 3 years ago. We trained them for the rocks. Border Patrol pays top dollar for sure-footed mounts. Cartels pay double." "Who buys this lot?" Vance asked. "None of your business," Jackson said. Vance climbed into the cab. He turned the key. The V8 caught, rumbling to life. He threw the transmission into reverse, backing the Bronco away from the corral gates, parking the vehicle near the skeletal remains of the vintage Ford tractor. He killed the engine. He stepped out and leaned against the grill. Inside the corral, the brothers engaged in brutal, unglamorous labor. A pair of identical twins, tall, broad-shouldered, sporting matching sunburns, hauled a heavy rubber hose toward the galvanized steel water troughs. Finn, a silent 18-year-old carrying a lever-action Marlin 336 slung across his back, hopped up on the top rail of the cedar fence. He pointed a dirty finger at the milling herd, tracking the chaotic movement. "Count them," Jackson shouted over the noise. 30, Finn said. "No broken legs. No deep cuts." The Grula mare threw a front shoe. "Pull the other 3, Jackson said. "She walks barefoot." "Rocks will tear her frogs to shreds," Finn said. "She favors the soft dirt on the shoulders," Jackson said. "Pull the shoes." "We lack the time for farrier work. We lose the light in 3 hours." The solar pump engaged. Cold water surged from the rubber hose, hitting the hot galvanized steel of the troughs. The water hissed, turning to steam before pooling at the bottom. The horses smelled the water. The herd surged forward. A scarred bay stallion bit the shoulder of a smaller pinto. The pinto squealed, kicking out with its hind legs. The iron shoe connected with the cedar fence rail, splintering the dry wood. Cole, one of the twins, cracked a braided leather bullwhip over the heads of the fighting animals. The sharp sonic boom echoed across the yard. The horses separated, finding their places along the rim of the trough. They drank, the metal ringing with the impact of their teeth and hooves. Vance watched Jackson. The boy favored his left leg, shifting his weight to his right boot whenever he stood still. The motocross jersey bore a jagged tear across the shoulder, exposing skin smeared with dried blood and embedded gravel. "You took a spill," Vance said. "I laid the bike down," Jackson said. "A rut caught the front tire." "You favor the knee." "I favor my own business." "You possess your water." "You possess a running truck." "Exit the gate." "He stays for 10 minutes, Sarah said. "The engine block needs time. A cracked block leaves him stranded on our dirt. I refuse to bury a stranger this week." Jackson glared at his mother. He bit the inside of his cheek, swallowing the argument. He turned his back on Vance and limped toward the corral. The afternoon sun dropped toward the jagged western ridgeline. The light shifted from blinding white to a bruised heavy gold. It stretched the shadows of the fence posts across the yard, casting long black bars over the dust. The heat retained its physical weight, pressing down on the tin roof of the house, baking the remaining moisture out of the earth. The air tasted of ozone, pulverized limestone, and horse sweat. Vance walked to the fence line. He rested his forearms on the top rail, a safe distance from the drinking horses. "You push 30 head of in-branded stock across the breaks tonight, you invite predators," Vance said. Jackson uncoiled a length of nylon rope. He did not look up. "We avoid the highways," Jackson said. "Way stations ask questions. State troopers demand paperwork. We cut through the devil's backbone." "The backbone breaks axles," Vance said. "We drive horses, not trucks." "You drive 30 horses through a limestone choke point," Vance said. "One entrance. One exit. Vertical walls. A sniper on the rim rock bottles you up in 10 seconds." Jackson tied a knot in the nylon line. He pulled the loop tight with a violent jerk. "We carry rifles," Jackson said. "Rifles require sleep," Vance said. "I found a severed fiber-optic main line 40 miles east of here. Someone dropped the digital grid. They created a dark zone. A dead grid indicates organized ambition." Jackson scoffed. "Kids stealing copper wire." "Kids use hacksaws," Vance said. "I found industrial shear marks. I also found a scout camp deep in the canyon breaks. I smelled the wood smoke before I saw the ashes. I tracked heavy boot prints. I found discarded tactical ration wrappers. Professional operators hold that ground. They wait for high-value cargo." Sarah stepped up to the fence beside Vance. Her knuckles turned white against the shotgun stock. "Cartels," Sarah said. "Or hijackers," Vance said. "Livestock equates to untraceable cash. The men in the canyon possess night vision and thermal optics. They operate in teams. They wait for a target of opportunity." Jackson threw the coiled rope into the back of a rusted utility trailer. He turned to face Vance. The boy's chest heaved. "You try to scare us," Jackson said. "I state facts," Vance said. "I read the ground." "You read a ledger book." "That ledger book dictates our survival," Jackson said. "The bank takes this land in 14 days. The drought killed the grass. We sold the cattle for slaughterhouse prices just to pay the property taxes. These horses represent the final asset. We deliver them to Camp Vanguard by tomorrow morning, or we pack our bags and live in a tent." Vance absorbed the name. "Camp Vanguard," Vance said. "Commander Sterling." "You know the PMC," Sarah said. "I head there next," Vance said. "I trade skip trace bodies for PMC gold. Sterling runs a hard operation. He pays on delivery. He ignores excuses." "We make no excuses," Jackson said. We ride. You look like corpses, Sarah said to her son. You need a night of sleep. The horses need a day of rest. We lose the light, Jackson said. We rest, the herd loses momentum. The muscles stiffen. We push through the dark. We reach the vanguard gates at dawn. Leo walked up to the fence. The youngest brother dripped with water from the spigot. He leaned against the cedar rail, his thin chest rising and falling in exhausted shudders. I harbor zero desire to ride the backbone in the dark, Jax, Leo said. The ruts swallow tires. You ride where I tell you to ride, Jackson snapped. Vance pushed off the fence. He adjusted the brim of his hat, pulling it low over his eyes to cut the golden glare of the descending sun. You make a fatal calculation, kid, Vance said. Pride blinds you to the tactical reality. You lack the firepower to defend a moving convoy in a dark zone. Jackson unbuckled his heavy leather gun belt. He let it drop onto the seat of the nearest ATV. We load the trailers in 10 minutes, Jackson yelled to his brothers, ignoring Vance. Water the stock. Check the tire pressures. We move out. Vance walked back to the Bronco. The engine block ticked, shedding the last degrees of critical heat. The hood felt cool enough to touch. He opened the driver's side door. He looked at Sarah Hayes. The woman stood frozen in the center of the yard, watching her sons prepare for a journey she knew they lacked the strength to complete. The tactical shotgun hung useless at her side, incapable of protecting her children from the darkness waiting in the canyon breaks. Chapter 4. The diesel engine of the rusted F-350 caught fire and roared. Black exhaust choked the air, staining the pale limestone dust. Cole shoved the heavy steel ramp of the gooseneck trailer up until the iron latches engaged. 4 Mustangs stomped the corrugated aluminum floorboards inside the steel cage. Iron shoes struck metal. The impacts sounded like sledgehammers hitting an anvil. Vance kept his back against the grill of his Bronco. He observed the chaotic operation. The process lacked precision. Poverty forced innovation. The Hayes boys used frayed nylon ropes, patched leather halters, and sheer physical force to maneuver the panicked animals. They loaded the weakest horses into the 2 available trailers. The remaining 24 Mustangs formed a restless, churning cluster in the center of the yard. Leo and Finn straddled running dirt bikes, snapping the throttles to create a wall of noise, keeping the herd contained. Livestock equals cash, Vance said. Jackson paused. He stood beside the driver's side door of the Ford truck. He held a scratched Marlin lever-action rifle. He worked the lever, ejecting a bright brass cartridge into the dirt. He picked the unspent shell up, wiped the grit on his jeans, and thumbed it back into the loading gate. Cash buys oxygen, Jackson said. We need oxygen. Cash draws wolves, Vance said. He pushed off the Bronco and closed the distance between the 2 trucks. He stopped 3 feet from the boy. He pointed at the Marlin rifle in Jackson's hands. You trust your life to a brush gun, Vance said. It drops a mule deer at 200 yards, Jackson said. You hunt men tonight, Vance said. Men wearing ceramic plate carriers. Men carrying belt-fed machine guns. The crew in the canyon represents a cartel snatch squad. They wait for high-value targets. Cartel spotters sit on the highway overpasses, Jackson said. Way stations flag unregistered loads. We chose the overland route to dodge the state troopers. Troopers ask for brand inspections, Vance said. You show empty hands. The bank holds the lien on the ranch. The paperwork ties you in knots. You hit the blacktop, a trooper impounds the herd. You lose the assets. We lose the ranch, Jackson said. The bank forecloses in 14 days. We deliver this herd to Camp Vanguard by sunrise. Commander Sterling pays in gold. We pay the bank. We keep the dirt. You hit the devil's backbone, you lose your lives, Vance said. The cartel squad watches the back trails. They bypass the highways. They prefer the dark zones. They steal the cargo. They eliminate the witnesses. Jackson rested the rifle barrel against his shoulder. He spit a wad of dust into the gravel. You talk a bleak game, Jackson said. You spin ghost stories. I describe the tactical reality, Vance said. You drive 30 bags of untraceable currency into an ambush. We carry rifles, Jackson said. He gestured toward his brothers. Finn shoots the eye out of a coyote at 300 yards. Cole handles the pump-action shotgun. We know the rocks. We own the high ground. Vance studied the boy's face. The bruised skin pulled tight over sharp cheekbones. The eyes burned with desperate, cornered pride. Jackson attempted to fill the boots of a dead father. He substituted bravado for experience. High ground means nothing against thermal optics, Vance said. They see the heat signatures of 30 horses. They see the heat of your engines. They wait at the choke point. They blind you with halogen spotlights. They cut you down with crossfire. They load the surviving stock into their own heavy transport rigs. They leave your bodies for the buzzards. Jackson's jaw tightened. We need this sale. Sell to a local buyer, Vance said. Take a loss. Survive the week. Camp Vanguard pays double, Jackson said. Sterling possesses deep pockets. He equips his private army with the best mounts for border patrols. We reach the Vanguard gates, we secure our future. Sterling buys stolen property, Vance said. He asks 0 questions. He operates a meat grinder. You feed your family into it. Sarah Hayes walked out of the deep shadows of the porch. She carried a canvas sack. She handed the sack to Jackson. Coffee, Sarah said. Beef jerky. Gauze bandages. Jackson took the sack. He tossed it onto the bench seat of the truck. Keep the shotgun loaded, Ma, Jackson said. I keep a shell in the chamber, Sarah said. Her voice lacked its previous iron edge. She looked at her oldest son. She touched his bruised cheek. He flinched, but he accepted the contact. We return by tomorrow night, Jackson said. With the Vanguard gold. Ride the ridges, Sarah said. Avoid the deep draws. The shadows hide the drop-offs. We know the route. Vance watched the exchange. He catalogued the equipment disparity. He opened the rear cargo door of his Bronco. He stared at a heavy Pelican case bolted to the floorboard. He popped the steel latches. He lifted the lid. A custom AR-15 carbine lay encased in dense foam. Vance inspected the red dot optic. He checked the bolt carrier group. The steel gleamed with a fresh coat of CLP oil. He grabbed a Magpul magazine, loaded with 30 rounds of green-tip armor-piercing ammunition. He slapped it into the mag well. He racked the charging handle. The bolt slammed forward, chambering around. He engaged the safety. He returned the rifle to the case. He secured the latches. He looked back at Jackson. The boy held a lever-action hunting rifle designed in the 19th century. The disparity bothered Vance. It offended his sense of professional mathematics. A lever-action rifle against select-fire military hardware equated to suicide. Vance shut the cargo door. The slam echoed across the yard, cutting through the noise of the revving dirt bikes. He walked back to Jackson. I found a severed fiber-optic mainline 40 miles east of here, Vance said. I found industrial shear marks. Someone dropped the digital grid. They created a communications blackout. No cell service. No emergency radios. You run into trouble in the backbone, nobody hears your screams. Jackson unbuckled his heavy leather gun belt. He slung it over the bench seat of the Ford. He kept the Marlin rifle in his hands. We scream, the echo scares the coyotes, Jackson said. The men in the canyon lack fear, Vance said. I tracked heavy boot prints. I found discarded tactical ration wrappers. Professional operators hold that ground. They bring a specific skill set to this environment. They kill for sport. They take the horses. They leave corpses. My sons know those rocks, Sarah said. She stepped closer to the truck, her hands gripping the canvas fabric of her jacket. They grew up in the backbone. They know the hidden trails. They know the caves. Knowledge fails against night vision, Vance said. Knowledge fails against a belt-fed machine gun cutting through the limestone. You hunt men, Sarah said. I hunt men with bounties on their heads, Vance said. I collect cash from bail bondsmen. I trade fugitives for PMC gold. You carry a gun. You understand the tactical reality. I understand the odds, Vance said. The odds dictate my survival. I walk away from bad odds. Jackson climbed onto the running board of the F-350. He pulled himself into the cab. He set the Marlin rifle across his lap. Start your engine, bounty hunter, Jackson said through the open window. Clear the drive. We burn daylight. Vance stood his ground. He locked eyes with the kid. You make a fatal calculation, Vance said. Pride blinds you. You lack the firepower to defend a moving convoy in a dark zone. We load the trailers, Jackson yelled to his brothers, ignoring Vance. Water the stock. Check the tire pressures. We move out in 5 minutes. Vance walked back to the driver's side of the Bronco. The engine block ticked, shedding the last degrees of critical heat. The metal hood felt cool under his palm. He opened the door. He paused, looking at Sarah Hayes. The woman stood frozen in the center of the yard, the dust settling around her worn boots. She watched her sons prepare for a journey she recognized as a desperate gamble. The tactical shotgun hung useless at her side, a heavy piece of steel incapable of projecting a shield over her children in the distant badlands. Vance slid behind the wheel. The vinyl seat burned his back. He twisted the key. The engine turned over, settling into a steady, reliable idle. The cooling system held. He shifted into drive. He steered the heavy truck in a tight arc, clearing the staging area for the Ford and the trailing ATVs. He parked near the main gate. He put the transmission in park. He rolled the window down. He rested his arm on the door frame. He watched the boys finalize their preparations. Cole checked the trailer hitch on the gooseneck. He kicked the tires, testing the pressure. Finn secured a pair of heavy bolt cutters to the rear rack of his dirt bike. Leo filled a plastic canteen from the solar pump spigot, his hands trembling. Jackson sat in the driver's seat of the lead truck. He stared through the cracked windshield at the jagged outline of the Devil's Backbone rising in the east. He projected absolute confidence. He refused to look at Vance. He refused to acknowledge the warning. Vance tapped his fingers against the steering wheel. He calculated the distance to Camp Vanguard. He calculated the potential bounty payouts waiting on the physical boards. Livestock is cash, Vance muttered. And cash draws wolves. Jackson pumped the accelerator. The diesel engine roared. Cole climbed into the passenger seat. Finn and Leo kicked their dirt bikes into gear. The Mustangs shifted, sensing the imminent movement, their hooves churning the dirt. The convoy prepared to breach the perimeter fence and enter the dead grid. Chapter 5. Block the gate, Vance said. Sarah Hayes pushed the heavy timber rail into the iron bracket. She rested the Mossberg barrel against her collarbone. We hold our ground. Ground bleeds people, Vance said. He shifted the Bronco into drive. He depressed the accelerator. The heavy tires chewed the limestone gravel, found traction, and pulled the truck onto the exit track. He checked the rearview mirror. The Hayes convoy moved east. Black diesel smoke plumed from the F-350 exhaust stack. The dirt bikes kicked up twin clouds of white dust. The gooseneck trailers swayed behind the trucks, loaded with captive Mustang muscle. They traveled a direct line toward the jagged silhouette of the Devil's Backbone. The sun dropped behind the western mesas. The sky bled copper and bruised purple. Vance fixed his eyes on the road. The dirt track intersected the asphalt ribbon of State Road 118. Vance steered the steering wheel, joining the northbound lane. The highway stretched across the basin, a flat black scar dividing the scrubland. No headlights pierced the gathering dusk. No taillights glowed in the distance. The blackout erased the traffic. People locked their doors and racked their shotguns when the screens went black. A dead grid breeds paranoia. Silence replaces the hum of commerce. Vance closed the driver's side window. The air conditioner remained dead, but the glass blocked the howling wind. He reached into his shirt pocket. He retrieved a crushed pack of unfiltered cigarettes. He struck a match against the dashboard plastic. The sulfur flared. He lit the tobacco, inhaling the harsh smoke. The nicotine hit his bloodstream, sharpening his focus. A cell tower loomed beside the highway. A steel skeleton stripped of purpose. The red aviation warning lights remained dark. The grid failure paralyzed the entire county. Vance drove. The miles dissolved under the spinning rubber. He calculated the distance. He estimated Jackson's progress. The boy pushed heavy steel trailers through unpaved terrain. The Mustangs added chaotic weight. The diesel engine fought gravity and friction. They moved at a crawl. They dragged a fortune in untraceable assets into a kill zone. He flicked the cigarette ash into the center console tray. He washed his hands of the Hayes family problem. He sold his skills to the highest bidder. Farm boys playing cowboy ranked low on his priority list. He focused on the payout waiting at the end of the asphalt. Camp Vanguard occupied a dry lake bed 20 miles south of the interstate. The facility resembled a fortified city-state. High concrete T-walls formed a massive perimeter rectangle. Coils of razor wire crowned the barriers. As twilight consumed the desert, halogen floodlights ignited along the walls. The glaring illumination banished the shadows for 100 yards in every direction. Vance slowed the Bronco. He approached the main gate. A staggered maze of concrete jersey barriers forced him to slalom the vehicle. He navigated the chicanes, dropping his speed to a crawl. The guard checkpoint featured ballistic glass and reinforced steel plating. 4 men wearing desert camouflage fatigues and ceramic plate carriers flanked the approach lane. They carried short-barreled, automatic rifles. They held the weapons at the low ready. Vance stopped the truck at the painted yellow line. A guard approached the window. He wore a balaclava bunched around his neck. A tactical headset covered his left ear. He shined a high-lumen flashlight into the cab, sweeping the beam over the dashboard, the passenger seat, and Vance's face. Vance draped his hands across the top curve of the steering wheel. The guard lowered the beam. "State your business," the guard said. "Bounty board," Vance said. "I seek Commander Sterling." The commander handles internal operations. The base remains on lockdown. Level 4 security protocol. The fiber lines went dark, Vance said. The county lost signal. We maintain our own uplink. Civilian problems end at the concrete wall. I bring solutions, not problems, Vance said. Sterling buys fugitives. I sell them. Check the gate list. Vance Corren. I hold an active contractor designation. The guard tapped a touchscreen tablet strapped to his left forearm. The blue light illuminated his face. He scrolled through a digital manifest. He tapped the screen. Designation confirmed, the guard said. You enter Sector Alpha. You park in designated visitor slot 3. You deviate from the path. the tower snipers put a hole in your engine block. They put a second hole in your chest. I know the rules. The guard signaled the booth. The massive steel barricade retracted along greased tracks. The hydraulic motors hummed a deep, industrial note. Vance steered the Bronco through the gap. The inside of Camp Vanguard radiated aggressive efficiency. Prefabricated barracks sat in precise rows. Armored personnel carriers idled in motor pools. Their diesel engines rumbled a steady vibration through the asphalt. Men in tactical gear marched between buildings. They ignored the heat. They ignored the dust. They operated on discipline and payroll. Vance parked the Bronco in visitor slot 3. He killed the engine. He unbuckled the seatbelt. He checked the Glock on his hip. PMC regulations forbade civilian weapons inside the command center. Vance refused to disarm in the parking lot. He stepped from the truck. The air inside the walls smelled of aviation fuel, hot asphalt, and gun oil. A second checkpoint barred entry to the central command bunker. 2 guards flanked the blast door. A metal detector frame stood between them. Vance approached the guards. He unclipped his holster. He handed the weapon and the rig to the guard. "Keep it clean," Vance said. The guard secured the Glock in a numbered lockbox. He handed Vance a plastic chit. "Clear the frame," the guard said. Vance walked through the metal detector. A green light flashed. "Proceed to the contractor lounge," the guard said. "A liaison meets you there." Vance pushed the heavy steel door. The air conditioning hit him. A shock of manufactured winter. The bunker maintained a strict 65 degrees. Computers lined the walls. Analysts in polo shirts stared at glowing monitors. They tracked satellite feeds and encrypted radio chatter. Vance ignored the analysts. He walked the sterile white corridor. He found the contractor lounge. The room featured fake leather sofas, a vending machine, and a massive corkboard mounted on the wall. The digital grid failure rendered the flat-screen monitors useless. The PMC reverted to analog methods. The corkboard held paper. Dozens of sheets pinned to the cork. Faces. Names. Dollar amounts. The physical bounty board. Vance walked to the board. He scanned the faces. He ignored the low-level targets. He ignored the petty thieves and the local meth cooks. He sought high-value assets. He sought cartel lieutenants and hijackers. His eyes caught a grainy photograph printed on cheap paper. A thick neck. A jagged scar crossing the bridge of a wide nose. Dead, flat eyes staring into the camera lens. The name printed below the photo in bold black ink, Alberto Vargas. Alias, Brick. Wanted for organized hijacking, armed robbery, murder. Reward, $50,000. Gold standard. Vance touched the paper. The bounty offered a fortune. He remembered the scout camp in the canyon breaks, the professional footprint, the heavy tire tracks, the discarded tactical gear. He remembered the 30 Mustangs. He remembered the desperate boy clutching a lever-action rifle, driving a rusted Ford into a dark zone. "Cash draws wolves," Vance whispered. The door to the lounge opened. Commander Sterling entered the room. Sterling wore a charcoal suit tailored over a ballistic vest. The fabric stretched tight across broad shoulders. He projected the polished menace of a corporate predator. He carried a silver, insulated coffee mug. His shoes shone with a mirror polish, reflecting the fluorescent lights of the bunker ceiling. He possessed eyes the color of old ice, devoid of warmth or empathy. "You admire the new paper," Sterling said. Vance turned. "Vargas commands a heavy price." "Vargas disrupts my supply lines," Sterling said. "He hits transport trucks on the interstate. He steals munitions. He steals fuel. The blackout gives him a playground. I want his operation dismantled. A capture or a kill? Vance asked. The board specifies the terms, Sterling said. Proof of death suffices. A severed head in a cooler earns the gold. I saw a scout camp in the Devil's Backbone, Vance said. Heavy footprint. Tactical garbage. I suspect Vargas holds that ground. The Backbone sits outside my jurisdiction, Sterling said. My charter limits my forces to a 50-mile radius around the base. I possess zero authority to send strike teams into the canyons. You hire contractors to bypass the charter, Vance said. I hire contractors to solve problems, Sterling said. Vargas constitutes a $50,000 problem. You bring me a solution. You walk out with a heavy briefcase. Vargas runs a 6-man crew, Vance said. They carry select fire weapons. They operate with thermal optics. 1 man against 6 constitutes poor mathematics. You lack confidence, Sterling said. I lack a death wish, Vance said. I require a spotter. I require specialized gear. Night vision. Suppressed rifles. The armory remains closed to independent contractors, Sterling said. You bring your own tools. The tools cost money. The bounty pays $50,000, Sterling said. Invest in your own overhead. Vance studied the polished PMC director. Sterling cared nothing for the mechanics of the kill. He cared for the result. He bought violence wholesale and sold security retail. Vargas hunts a specific cargo tonight, Vance said. Elaborate, Sterling said. A local rancher pushes 30 head of prime mustangs through the Backbone, Vance said. Untraceable assets. Perfect targets for a hijacking crew. Sterling took a sip from the silver mug. He showed zero emotion. I buy prime mustangs, Sterling said. I pay top dollar for Border Patrol mounts. The supplier matters nothing to me. The product matters. If Vargas steals the herd, you buy the stolen horses from Vargas, Vance said. I run a logistical hub, Corren. I refuse to play moral arbiter. I purchase required assets. You fund the man you want dead. I create a dynamic market, Sterling said. Vargas steals the horses. He brings them here to sell. You shoot Vargas in the parking lot. I get the horses. You get the $50,000. The market corrects itself. Vance stared at the man in the charcoal suit. The brutal calculus of the PMC stripped away all human elements. Men became numbers. Horses became assets. Blood became ink on a ledger. I decline the contract, Vance said. Sterling raised an eyebrow. You decline $50,000. The math fails, Vance said. You walk away from a fortune, Sterling said. I walk away from a slaughter, Vance said. Vargas slaughters the boys driving the herd. He slaughters the horses to prove a point. You sit in a refrigerated room and tally the score. The world operates on profit and loss, Sterling said. You claimed the moral high ground. I claim survival, Vance said. I leave the slaughter to you. He walked past the commander. He pushed the heavy steel door open. He left the air-conditioned bunker and stepped back into the stifling heat of the desert night. Chapter 6. The lockbox popped open with a sharp, metallic clack. Vance reached through the transaction window. He retrieved his Glock 19 from the steel tray. He dropped the magazine into his palm, verifying the stack of brass-cased 9mm rounds. He slapped the magazine back into the grip, racked the slide to chamber a round, and slipped the weapon into his Kydex holster. The guard behind the ballistic glass offered zero expression. He pressed a button. The heavy pedestrian door clicked unlocked. Vance pushed his weight against the steel door. He stepped out of the air-conditioned sterility of the central command bunker. The desert night hit him like a damp wool blanket pulled fresh from a dryer. The sun vanished an hour ago, but the asphalt absorbed the day's solar radiation and now baked it back into the starless sky. He left the perimeter of Camp Vanguard behind. A parasitic settlement clung to the southern wall of the PMC facility. State maps ignored its existence. Cartographers drew blank desert in this quadrant. The private military contractors and the scavengers who serviced them called the shanty town the Scrap. Vance walked the main thoroughfare. His boots crunched over crushed limestone and shattered beer glass. The blackout killed the power grid for the entire county, but the Scrap operated on its own ruthless current. Portable diesel generators roared behind every structure. The exhaust pipes pumped thick, acrid black smoke into the stagnant air. The machines powered strings of bare incandescent bulbs strung between telephone poles. The harsh yellow light cast elongated, twitching shadows across the dirt street. The Scrap existed to separate mercenaries from their hazard pay. Shipping containers stacked too high served as makeshift brothels and bunkhouses. Rusted Airstream trailers functioned as tattoo parlors and pawn shops. Vance navigated the chaotic street. He passed a taco stand, built into the bed of a gutted flatbed truck. The scent of scorched lard and roasted jalapenos fought a losing battle against the omnipresent stench of unburned diesel fuel and raw sewage. Men in tactical pants and sweat-stained t-shirts clustered in small groups, passing silver flasks and speaking in low, clipped tones. The blackout amplified the tension. A dead grid severs communication. It isolates. It breeds profound paranoia. Every man in the Scrap knew the darkness hid organized predators. Vance sought a specific destination. He found it at the end of the dirt road. A double-wide mobile home sat stripped of its wheels and anchored to a cracked concrete slab. A dead neon sign hung above the entrance, the glass tubes gray and lifeless. Painted letters on the plywood siding read, "The Casing." Vance pushed the heavy oak door open. The interior hit his senses. A wall of trapped heat, stale cigarette smoke, and sour beer assaulted his lungs. A gasoline generator, bolted to the rear exterior wall, vibrated the floorboards. The vibrations traveled through the soles of his boots. He moved toward the bar. A dozen men occupied rusted metal stools. They drank with the focused intensity of men trying to erase specific memories. Vance bumped shoulders with a massive contractor wearing a faded desert camo combat shirt. The man turned, his eyes bloodshot, his jaw set for violence. He dropped his right hand toward a thigh rig. Vance locked eyes with the giant. He kept his own hands loose, resting near his waist. He offered a dead, flat stare, transmitting absolute willingness to escalate. The giant read the geometry. He calculated the cost. He turned his back and picked up his shot glass. Vance claimed an empty space at the scarred plywood bar. Generations of spilled liquor stripped the varnish down to the raw grain. The bartender approached. He possessed a shaved scalp and a web of pink burn scars climbing the left side of his neck. "Bottle of Shiner," Vance said. The bartender plunged his hand into a galvanized steel trough filled with melting ice and muddy water. He extracted a dark glass bottle. He popped the cap with a church key mounted to the bar edge. He set the bottle in front of Vance. Vance placed a silver dollar on the plywood. He wrapped his fingers around the cold glass. Condensation formed on his knuckles. He lifted the bottle and drank half the beer in one continuous pull. The liquid lacked a true chill, but it cut through the limestone dust coating his throat. A man occupied the stool to Vance's immediate right. He possessed a face resembling a dropped pie. A ragged beard covered a weak jawline. He smelled of old sweat, chewing tobacco, and gun CLP oil. "You met the commander," the bearded man said. Vance set the bottle down. He studied the man in the mirror behind the bar. "You monitor the bunker traffic." "I monitor the bounty board," the man said. Name is Corvus. I run scout ops for the heavy transport convoys. I observe a bounty hunter walk into the command center. I observe him walk out 10 minutes later with empty pockets. Sterling pushes the Vargas paper to every man holding a rifle. You declined the paper, Vance said. I value my pulse, Corvus said. $50,000 buys a premium coffin. You take the contract, you buy the coffin. Vargas commands a 6-man crew, Vance said. Vargas commands a tactical execution squad, Corvus corrected. Ex-military. Cartel funded. They operate with unified precision. I lost 2 transport trucks to his crew last month. Corvus leaned closer. He lowered his voice, keeping the conversation private over the roar of the generator. Vargas uses a spike strip forged from heavy rebar, Corvus said. He lays it across the blacktop, blows the steering tires on the lead rig. The convoy halts. Vargas deploys stun grenades. He blinds the drivers. He utilizes a belt-fed FN mag machine gun mounted in the bed of a stolen Raptor. He shreds the cab armor. He executes the survivors. He hijacks the cargo. He leaves the trucks burning on the shoulder. Vance peeled the wet paper label from his beer bottle. He rolled the paper into a tight, damp sphere. I tracked his scout camp in the Devil's Backbone, Vance said. Corvus let out a short, harsh bark of a laugh. The backbone, Corvus said. The perfect kill zone. A natural funnel of vertical limestone walls. 0 cover. 0 alternate routes. You hike into those breaks, Vargas sees your heat signature from 3 miles out. He paints your chest with an infrared laser. He drops a mortar shell on your forehead. A local rancher pushes a herd of 30 mustangs into the backbone tonight, Vance said. Corvus stopped laughing. He stared at his empty glass. 30 prime horses, Vance said. 5 kids. They drive old diesel trucks. They tow heavy gooseneck trailers. Kids, Corvus repeated. The oldest claims 19 years. The youngest looks 14. They carry lever-action hunting rifles. Corvus shook his head. He signaled the bartender for a refill. Dead kids, Corvus said. They avoid the highway to dodge the way stations. They drive straight into the dark zone. Vargas utilizes thermal imaging, Corvus said. He sits on the rimrock. He sees 30 massive heat signatures walking into his funnel. He sees the hot diesel engines. He sets his crosshairs. He turns those boys into shredded meat. He loads the surviving mustangs into his own transport rigs. He drives south to the border. Vance finished his beer. He set the empty bottle on the plywood. He remembered Jackson. The desperate pride burning in the boy's eyes. The torn motocross jersey. The bruised cheekbone. He remembered Sarah Hayes clutching the tactical shotgun, watching her children drive away, trapped by a broken economy and a rigid sense of duty. The calculation remained simple. The mathematics dictated survival. Vance traded in fugitives. He avoided suicide missions against fortified cartel squads. Not my circus, Vance said. Not your monkeys, Corvus agreed. Buy another beer. We drink a toast to the dead. I require sleep. Vance walked away from the bar. He navigated the crowded room. He pushed the heavy oak door open and stepped back into the dirt street. The heat of the day lingered in the rocks and the dust. The night air provided absolute zero relief. The portable generators throbbed, a relentless mechanical heartbeat echoing against the corrugated steel walls. Vance walked toward the visitor parking lot, outside the base perimeter. He reached his Bronco. He leaned against the driver's side door. He looked east. The horizon presented a wall of absolute blackness. The dead grid swallowed the landscape. No city glows illuminated the clouds. No porch lights dotted the foothills. Just the vast, empty expanse of the Chihuahuan Desert, extending toward the jagged teeth of the devil's backbone. An itch started between his shoulder blades. A dull, persistent pressure. The physical manifestation of a flawed equation. He tried to ignore it. He reached into his pocket for his keys. The jagged metal felt warm against his calloused palm. He told himself the hard truth. Farm boys make bad choices. Bad choices earn brutal consequences. The desert forgives zero mistakes. Ignorant pride carries a lethal price tag. He inserted the key into the door lock. The itch spread to his neck. It tightened the muscles at the base of his skull. He pictured the 30 mustangs. Terrified animals trapped in metal cages, rolling over uneven limestone. He pictured the ambush. The blinding glare of halogen spotlights dropping from the canyon rim. The deafening, rhythmic roar of the belt-fed machine gun. The sudden, chaotic slaughter. Vance pulled the key from the lock. He turned his back on the truck. He looked east again. The darkness hid the violence. The distance muffled the impending screams. But the silence possessed a massive weight. The weight pressed against his ribs, making drawing a full breath difficult. He patted the Glock on his hip. 15 rounds in the magazine. 1 in the chamber. He pictured the heavy Pelican case, bolted to the cargo floorboard of the Bronco. The custom AR-15 carbine. The 30-round Magpul magazine, loaded with green-tip armor-piercing ammunition. 46 bullets against a 6-man tactical kill squad. The mathematics failed. The logic crumbled. Vance gripped the door handle. He stared into the black void of the east. The itch burned deep in his muscle tissue, refusing to fade, demanding a response. Chapter 7. Vance stood rooted to the asphalt. His fingers remained curled around the chrome door handle of the Ford Bronco. He stared into the lightless expanse of the eastern desert, fighting a war between cold logic and an unshakable burning pressure in his chest. A new sound severed his internal debate. It started as a faint, high-pitched whine echoing off the distant foothills. The noise cut through the relentless, heavy thrum of the diesel generators powering the scrap. The sound amplified, transforming into a desperate mechanical scream. A 2-stroke engine pushed far past the red line. Vance released the door handle. He stepped away from the truck. He turned his head toward the access road leading into the PMC encampment. A single headlight pierced the darkness. The beam bounced in erratic, chaotic arcs, painting the scrub brush and the concrete barricades with strobe-like flashes of white light. The vehicle lacked a muffler. The exhaust roared, a ragged metallic tearing sound. The rider pushed the machine to the edge of catastrophic failure. The dirt bike hit the first concrete chicane of the Camp Vanguard security perimeter. The rider carried too much speed. The rear tire broke traction, sliding across the loose gravel coating the asphalt. The rider overcorrected. The front wheel snapped hard to the right. The bike slammed into the sloped face of a Jersey barrier. Physics claimed the rider. The impact catapulted the boy over the handlebars. He launched through the air, a ragdoll silhouette backlit by the glaring perimeter halogen floodlights. He struck the asphalt shoulder first. He rolled. He tumbled 10 yards across the rough pavement, leaving smears of blood and torn fabric on the aggregate. The ruined dirt bike bounced off the concrete, showering sparks into the night air. It landed on its side, the rear wheel spinning a futile high-speed blur. The engine choked, sputtered, and died. Silence slammed back down over the access road, broken only by the hiss of escaping steam from a cracked radiator casing. Vance sprinted. He crossed the visitor lot, his boots pounding the pavement. He closed the 50-yard gap in seconds. The 4 PMC guards stationed at the ballistic glass checkpoint raised their short-barreled rifles. They trained the muzzles on the wreckage. They did not step out from behind their reinforced steel plating. They held their ground, treating the crash as a potential complex ambush. Vance ignored the guards. He reached the crumpled figure lying in the center of the access lane. He dropped to one knee. The boy lay on his side, his face pressed against the hot asphalt. A cloud of fine limestone dust settled over his motionless body. The torn motocross jersey hung in bloody tatters. Road rash stripped the skin from his left forearm down to the pale, raw muscle tissue. Vance grabbed the boy's shoulder. He rolled him onto his back. He recognized the face beneath the mask of gore and grime. Leo, the youngest of the Hayes brothers. The kid who dumped his bike in the ranch yard to fight for a drink from the spigot. "Leo," Vance said. His voice cut hard and flat. The boy did not respond. Vance checked for massive arterial bleeding. He ran his hands over Leo's torso, pressing against the ribs, feeling for the unnatural grate of broken bone. 2 ribs yielded with a sickening click. Vance moved his hands to the boy's neck. He pressed 2 fingers against the carotid artery. The pulse hammered a frantic, irregular rhythm against Vance's fingertips. Fast and thin. Shock protocol. Vance leaned close to the boy's face. He smelled copper, burnt 2-stroke oil, and sheer unfiltered terror. "Leo," Vance repeated. He slapped the boy's uninjured right cheek. A sharp, stinging blow. Leo gasped. His chest heaved, sucking a desperate lungful of the stagnant desert air. His eyes snapped open. The pupils dilated, massive black pools swallowing the irises. He stared at the halogen lights above, uncomprehending. Panic seized the boy's limbs. He thrashed, trying to push himself off the asphalt. The broken ribs ground together. He screamed, a raw, ragged sound tearing from his throat. Vance pinned the boy's shoulders to the pavement. He applied steady, immovable pressure. "Hold still," Vance commanded. "You possess 2 broken ribs. You move, you puncture a lung. You puncture a lung, you drown in your own blood." Leo focused on the face hovering above him. Recognition pierced the shock. "The bounty hunter," Leo coughed. Blood flecked his lips. "Vance. Stay flat. Breathe shallow." Leo grabbed a fistful of Vance's denim shirt. The boy's knuckles shone white through the coating of dirt. The grip possessed the strength of a drowning man holding a lifeline. "They took them," Leo said. "Who took them?" "The men in the dark," Leo wheezed. "Jackson, they have Jackson." Vance locked eyes with the kid. The itch between his shoulder blades vanished, replaced by a cold, operational clarity. The theoretical mathematics evaporated. The bloody reality lay on the asphalt. "Report," Vance said. "Give me the tactical details. Start from the entrance to the backbone." Leo swallowed. He squeezed his eyes shut, fighting a wave of agony radiating from his chest. "We entered the canyon," Leo said. The sun dropped. Absolute pitch black. We ran the diesel trucks on low beams. Cole drove the F-350. Jackson rode shotgun. I rode point on the bike. We hit the narrows. The limestone wall squeezed tight. "The choke point," Vance said. "The lead truck blew a tire," Leo said. "Right front. A massive blowout." The truck swerved. It slammed into the canyon wall. The gooseneck trailer jackknifed. It blocked the entire trail. The second truck locked its brakes. The whole convoy piled up in the dust. "They laid a spike strip," Vance said. "Heavy rebar." "We exited the cabs," Leo continued. "We grabbed the rifles. We sought the blowout. Then the sun came up." "Halogen spotlights," Vance said. "Blinding," Leo said. A wall of white light dropped from the rimrock. We lost all vision. We saw 0 targets. Just the glare. Then the noise started. Leo trembled. The memory of the sound rattled his teeth. "A machine gun," Leo whispered. A heavy rhythm. Boom, boom, boom. It shredded the hood of the F-350. The engine block exploded. Oil sprayed everywhere. The glass shattered. We dove for the dirt. "Did they shoot the horses?" "They aimed high," Leo said. "They suppressed us. They pinned us against the rock wall. They wanted the cargo intact. They threw a canister. It popped. White smoke poured over the trail. It burned our eyes. It burned our lungs. Tear gas." Men wearing gas masks walked out of the smoke, Leo said. They carried short rifles. They wore black armor. They moved like ghosts. They disarmed us in 10 seconds. Vance cataloged the precision. A textbook, cartel interdiction. Vargas utilized military doctrine. Block the path, blind the target, suppress the resistance, extract the asset. Jackson fought, Leo said. A tear cut a clean track through the dirt on his cheek. He pulled his hunting revolver. A man the size of a mountain hit Jackson in the face with a rifle butt. Jackson dropped. The mountain stood over him. "Did he name himself?" Vance asked. "The others called him Brick," Leo said. He laughed. He unhooked a heavy yellow tow strap from a winch. He wrapped it around his fist. He beat Jackson. He beat him until Jackson stopped moving. He beat Cole. He beat Finn. "They left you." "Jackson screamed at me," Leo said. He screamed before the rifle butt hit him. He yelled my name. He yelled ride. I laid in the ditch near my bike. The smoke hid me. I picked the bike up. I kicked the starter. I dumped the clutch. I rode blind through the smoke. They fired shots at my back. I felt the air snap. A bullet hit the swing arm. The frame wobbled. I kept the throttle pinned. Leo let his head roll back against the asphalt. The adrenaline faded, leaving the crushing weight of physical trauma. "They take the herd south," Leo whispered. "They load them into their own rigs. They kill my brothers. Jackson bleeds out in the dirt." Vance released his grip on the boy's shirt. He stood up. He looked at the 4 PMC guards, secure behind their ballistic glass. They watched the exchange with dead eyes. They operated under strict orders. They protected the base. They abandoned the desert to the wolves. Vance looked at his Bronco. He pictured the heavy Pelican case in the rear cargo area. The AR-15. The green tip ammunition. Commander Sterling sat in an air-conditioned bunker, drinking premium coffee from a silver mug, waiting for the market to correct itself. He waited for Vargas to steal the horses and deliver them to the Vanguard gates. He balanced his ledger with the blood of farm boys. The mathematics failed entirely. Vance bent down. He slid his left arm under Leo's knees. He slid his right arm under the boy's shoulders. He lifted. Leo groaned, his broken ribs shifting. Vance carried the boy toward the main gate. He walked a straight line toward the heavy steel barricade. He locked his gaze on the lead guard behind the reinforced window. The guard raised a hand, signaling a halt. He keyed an external loudspeaker. "Hold your position, contractor," the digitized voice boomed across the access lane. "You transport a civilian casualty. Base protocol forbids unauthorized medical entry. The infirmary serves PMC personnel exclusively." Vance did not break his stride. He carried the bleeding boy right up to the painted yellow line. He stopped 3 feet from the ballistic glass. "Open the gate," Vance said. "Protocol denies entry," the guard repeated through the speaker. "Clear the access lane." "This boy requires a trauma surgeon," Vance said. "He possesses 2 broken ribs, severe lacerations, and systemic shock. Take him to the county clinic in Alpine." "The county clinic sits 60 miles north," Vance said. The blackout killed their backup generators. They stitch cuts by candlelight. This boy needs a stabilized environment. Open the gate. Negative, contractor. Step back. Vance shifted Leo's weight against his chest. He freed his right hand. He rested his palm flat against the ballistic glass, inches from the guard's face. Call Commander Sterling, Vance said. His voice dropped an octave, shedding all negotiation. It resonated with absolute, terminal intent. Tell Sterling, his $50,000 problem just escalated. Tell him Vance Corren accepts the paper on Alberto Vargas. Tell him I deliver the head in a cooler. But I require a down payment. The guard stared at Vance. He read the geometry of the situation. He recognized the look of a man who crossed a specific, irreversible threshold. What down payment? The guard asked through the speaker. You open this gate, Vance said. You put this boy in a trauma bed. You stabilize him. You do this, or I shoot the lock off the door, and I carry him inside over your corpse. The guard kept his hand near his rifle. He picked up a secure red telephone handset from the console. He dialed a 2-digit extension. He spoke in low, hushed tones, keeping his eyes locked on Vance. Vance held his ground. He felt the blood from Leo's road rash soaking through his denim shirt, warm and sticky against his skin. The guard hung up the phone. He pressed a green button on his control board. The heavy steel barricade groaned. The hydraulic motors engaged. The steel wall retracted along its greased tracks, opening a path into the fortress. Vance adjusted his grip on the boy. He stepped across the yellow line, carrying the wreckage of the Hayes family into the sterile heart of the military machine. The hunt required a foundation, and Vance just secured it. Now, he needed to prepare the tools for the slaughter. Chapter 8. The automated doors of the PMC infirmary parted. A rush of refrigerated air hit Vance in the face, carrying the sharp chemical sting of bleach and iodine. Vance stepped across the threshold. His boots left bloody, dust-caked footprints on the polished white linoleum. He carried Leo through the sterile corridor. The boy hung limp in his arms, his breathing reduced to a shallow, wet rattle. A combat medic intercepted them. The man wore green scrub pants and a tight black t-shirt. A pair of trauma shears hung from a nylon belt clip. He wasted zero time on introductions. Trauma Bay 2, the medic commanded. He pointed down the hall. Vance followed the medic. They entered a room dominated by a stainless steel examination table and banks of humming digital monitors. Overhead fluorescent panels flooded the space with shadowless, blinding light. Vance lowered the boy onto the steel surface. The medic produced the shears. He cut the ruined motocross jersey away from Leo's torso, peeling the bloody fabric from the raw road rash. The skin hung in ragged strips. Dark purple contusions bloomed across the boy's ribcage. Blunt force trauma, the medic said. He pressed a black stethoscope to Leo's chest, listening to the lung function. 2, maybe 3 fractured ribs. The airway remains clear. The pulse races. Hypovolemic shock protocol initiates now. The medic grabbed a pre-packaged IV kit from a rolling cart. He tied a rubber tourniquet around Leo's uninjured bicep. He slapped the vein, inserting the steel needle with practiced mechanical efficiency. He taped the line to the skin and attached a bag of clear saline fluid. Pushing morphine, the medic said. He injected a precise measure of painkiller into the plastic port. Vance stepped back from the table. The adrenaline receded from his own bloodstream, leaving a cold, sharp clarity. He observed the monitor. The frantic spike of the boy's heart rate began a steady deceleration. The morphine claimed the pain. Leo's jaw unclenched. His head rolled to the side. The automatic doors behind Vance hissed open. Commander Sterling entered the trauma bay. The PMC director looked entirely out of place in the blood-stained medical theater. He wore his tailored charcoal suit like armor, the fabric draped perfectly over the concealed ballistic vest. He carried a leather tablet folio in his left hand. His polished Oxford shoes clicked against the linoleum. Sterling surveyed the room. He examined the bleeding teenager on the table. He examined the bloody handprints Vance left on the pristine white walls. "You breach base protocol, Corren," Sterling said. His voice lacked heat. It resonated with the flat, calculated tone of a corporate auditor. "You use my gate guards to leverage unauthorized medical entry." "I secured a down payment," Vance said. "A trauma bed in this facility costs $2,000 a night. Deduct the balance from the $50,000 Vargas contract," Vance said. "Keep the change. I require a different asset." Sterling opened the leather folio. He tapped a stylus against the screen. "Specify the asset," Sterling said. "A medevac helicopter," Vance said. "An armed quick-response team." Vargas left 3 boys bleeding in the dust of the Devil's Backbone. He took their older brother hostage. "I need a vertical extraction." Sterling closed the folio. He tucked the stylus into a leather loop. He looked at Vance with eyes resembling polished river stones. "Negative," Sterling said. Vance closed the distance between them. He stopped 2 feet from the commander. "I heard rotor wash an hour ago," Vance said. "You possess 3 Sikorsky Blackhawks sitting on the tarmac outside. They hold fuel. They hold crews. I possess 3 heavily insured, multi-million-dollar aviation assets," Sterling corrected. "The grid blackout killed the regional FAA tracking systems. It killed the local weather radar. Flying a rotary wing aircraft into a narrow limestone canyon in total darkness constitutes gross operational negligence." "You possess pilots trained for night vision insertion," Vance said. "The pilots require clearance margins," Sterling said. "The Devil's Backbone offers vertical rock walls and unpredictable thermal updrafts. A sudden gust of wind pushes the tail rotor into the limestone. I lose the bird. I lose a 4-man crew. I lose $10 million of hardware. The risk matrix fails the equation." "You lose a tax write-off," Vance said. "Those boys lose their lives." "The boys made a choice," Sterling said. He gestured toward the sedated teenager on the steel table. They bypassed the state highways. They entered a known dark zone. They transported unauthorized, unregistered cargo. They rolled the dice against the house. "You fund the house," Vance said. "You buy that unauthorized cargo. Your open wallet creates the market. Vargas hunts those horses because he knows you pay gold at the gate." Sterling offered a thin, humorless smile. "Market dynamics exist independent of my wallet," Sterling said. "If I close my gates, Vargas sells the mustangs to a cartel broker across the border. The violence happens regardless of my participation. I maintain jurisdiction inside this concrete wall. Outside the wire, the food chain dictates survival. Vargas occupies the top tier of the local food chain. I pay you a massive bounty to sever his head. I refuse to finance a charity rescue mission." Vance clenched his jaw. He tasted the grit of the desert on his teeth. "Vargas holds the high ground," Vance said. "He utilizes thermal optics. He mounts a belt-fed machine gun in the bed of a stolen truck. A single man hiking into that choke point commits suicide. I need suppression fire. I need an armored vehicle." "You accepted the contract," Sterling said. "You negotiate your own tactical reality. I offer 0 logistical support. You leave this base, you operate as a ghost. You die in the breaks. Vanguard disavows all knowledge of your existence." The brutal calculus of the mercenary apparatus offered zero salvation. Paperwork, profit margins, and liability clauses shielded men like Sterling from the blood soaking the desert floor. The modern world promised safety, but the red tape strangled the innocent. Vance processed the rejection. He expected nothing less. "You stabilize the boy," Vance said. He pointed at Leo. "You keep him safe. That remains the down payment. You push him out the gate. Before he heals, I return to this bunker. I bring the war inside the wire. He occupies the bed until the medic clears him," Sterling said. "Then he walks out the front gate. We conclude our business, Corren. Bring me the Vargas proof of death. Earn your gold." Sterling turned his back. He exited the trauma bay, the automatic doors sealing shut behind his tailored suit. Vance looked at Leo one final time. The boy slept, his chest rising and falling in a steady drug-induced rhythm. Vance left the infirmary. He retraced his steps through the sterile corridors. He navigated the metal detectors and the ballistic checkpoints. He exited the bunker and returned to the visitor parking lot. The heavy, oppressive heat of the Chihuahuan Desert embraced him again. The roar of the generators in the scrap echoed over the concrete T-walls. He approached his Ford Bronco. He unlocked the tailgate. He threw the heavy cargo door open. A dome light illuminated the rear compartment. Vance stared at the heavy black Pelican case bolted to the floorboard. He popped the steel latches. He lifted the lid. The dense foam interior held a custom AR-15 carbine. He lifted the rifle. The anodized aluminum receiver felt cold against his palms. He pressed the magazine release. An empty magazine dropped into his hand. He tossed it aside. He retrieved a heavy canvas duffel bag from the corner of the cargo bay. He unzipped the main compartment. He pulled a tactical chest rig from the bag. He strapped the nylon harness over his bloody denim shirt. He adjusted the buckles, pulling the straps tight against his ribs. The rig featured rows of modular webbing. Vance grabbed a stack of 30-round Magpul PMAGs from the duffel bag. He loaded the polymer magazines into the chest pouches. The spring-loaded ammunition clicked into place. He carried 120 rounds of 5.56 by 45 mm NATO green tip armor-piercing ammunition. He slapped a fresh magazine into the magwell of the AR-15. He racked the charging handle. The bolt carrier group slammed forward, stripping a brass cartridge from the magazine and driving it into the chamber. He engaged the safety selector. He reached back into the duffel bag. He retrieved a set of monocular night vision goggles. He secured the mounting bracket to a lightweight bump helmet. He strapped the helmet to his head. He pulled the optic down over his right eye. He pressed the activation button. The lens glowed a faint, luminescent green. The dark parking lot transformed into a vivid, monochrome landscape. He saw the heat radiating from the asphalt. He saw the detailed texture of the concrete walls. He possessed the ability to pierce the dark zone. He removed his Glock 19 from the hip holster. He dropped the magazine, verifying the stack of hollow point rounds. He slammed the magazine home and returned the sidearm to the Kydex sheath. He grabbed a trauma kit, tourniquets, combat gauze, and chest seals, and stuffed it into a drop leg pouch strapped to his thigh. He slung the AR-15 across his chest. The padded tactical sling distributed the weight across his shoulders. Vance required no backup. He expected no salvation from men in tailored suits. He operated under a different charter. The law failed the Hayes family. The grid failed the county. He closed the cargo door. Vance slid behind the steering wheel of the Bronco. He twisted the ignition key. The V8 engine roared to life, shattering the silence of the parking lot. He threw the transmission into gear. He drove toward the main gate. The guards cleared his exit. The steel barricade retracted. Vance steered the heavy truck onto the blacktop. He turned the steering wheel east. He aimed the grill of the Ford Bronco toward the jagged, lightless teeth of the Devil's Backbone. He carried the law in 30-round magazines, and he intended to deliver the verdict in the dark. Chapter 9. The Ford Bronco conquered 5 miles of the Devil's Backbone. Then the limestone won the war. Vance pushed the heavy truck up a steep, jagged incline. The headlights cut through the absolute blackness, illuminating a vertical wall of fractured rock and twisted mesquite roots. The front tires clawed for traction. Loose shale cascaded down the slope, clattering against the steel undercarriage. The V8 engine roared, fighting a losing battle against gravity and geology. A massive limestone boulder jutted from the center of the trail. Vance cranked the steering wheel hard left. The Bronco lurched. The right front tire slipped off the hardpan and dropped into a deep washout rut. The truck slammed down. The heavy steel skid plate struck the boulder with a deafening metallic crack. The impact rattled Vance's teeth. The engine stalled. Total silence flooded the cab, broken by the hiss of steam escaping a cracked radiator hose. Vance sat in the dark. He gripped the steering wheel. He accepted the mechanical defeat. He twisted the key backward. He killed the headlights. The blackness of the dark zone swallowed the truck. He unbuckled his seatbelt. He pushed the heavy driver's side door open. He stepped out onto the uneven rock. The heat of the canyon radiated from the stone, trapped between the vertical walls, offering zero ventilation. The air tasted of pulverized rock and scorched transmission fluid. Vance reached up and pulled the night vision monocular down over his right eye. He pressed the rubber button on the housing. The optic whined, a high-pitched electronic frequency. The lens bloomed. The canyon transformed. The impenetrable blackness vanished, replaced by a sharp, high-contrast monochrome green landscape. He saw the individual thorns on a chala cactus 10 yards away. He saw the jagged fissures spider webbing up the sheer cliff face. He grabbed the AR-15 slung across his chest. He pulled the charging handle back an inch, performing a press check to verify the brass cartridge seated in the chamber. He let the bolt snap forward. He kept the safety engaged. He left the ruined Bronco behind. He proceeded on foot. The Devil's Backbone earned its name. The trail narrowed, twisting through towering limestone fins that blocked out the sky. The ground offered uneven footing, a chaotic mix of loose shale, dried mud ruts, and sharp bedrock. Vance stalked through the pass. He placed his boots with deliberate care, rolling his steps from heel to toe, minimizing the crunch of gravel. He covered 2 miles. The canyon walls squeezed tighter, creating a natural funnel. The green phosphor screen of his optic picked up a faint thermal haze hanging in the stagnant air. A chemical signature. Vance stopped. He flared his nostrils. The scent of burnt gunpowder mixed with the sharp, acidic tang of CS tear gas. The ambush site lay ahead. He raised the AR-15, pressing the stock against his shoulder. He looked through the red dot optic, superimposing the aiming point over the green night vision image. He moved forward, slicing the pie around a blind corner. The wreckage filled the pass. The rusted F-350 sat pinned against the right canyon wall. The front right tire hung in shredded rubber ribbons. A heavy length of rusted rebar lay across the trail, the source of the blowout. The impact crushed the front bumper and crumpled the fender. Vance scanned the hood of the truck. 3 dozen jagged holes punched through the steel. A heavy caliber machine gun tore the engine block apart. Dark pools of motor oil and radiator coolant soaked the limestone dust beneath the chassis. The gooseneck trailer jackknifed behind the truck, blocking the entire width of the pass. The rear doors hung wide open. The interior cage sat empty. Vance lowered the rifle. He approached the kill zone. He read the ground. Hundreds of brass casings littered the dirt, gleaming dull green through his optic. He recognized the shape. Linked 7.62 NATO ammunition. Vargas utilized a belt-fed weapon, achieving total fire superiority in seconds. He spotted a spent aluminum tear gas canister near the rear tire of the truck. White residue coated the surrounding rocks. Vance swept the muzzle of his rifle across the shadows. He sought the bodies. Vargas left no loose ends. Cartel logic dictated absolute elimination of witnesses. A sound broke the silence. A wet, ragged cough. The sound originated from a shallow depression near the left canyon wall, hidden behind a clump of dead sagebrush. Vance shifted his weight. He aimed the rifle at the brush. He closed the distance. He found them. 3 figures lay tangled in the dirt. They wore heavy zip ties around their wrists and ankles. Vance knelt. He kept the rifle tucked against his ribs. He grabbed a pair of trauma shears from his drop leg pouch. He identified the first boy. Cole. The twin. A massive contusion distorted the left side of his skull. The skin split tight over the swelling, leaking thick dark blood into his hairline. Cole remained unconscious, his breathing shallow and rapid. Vance moved to the second figure. Finn. The silent brother. Finn stared up at the canyon wall, his eyes open and tracking. Blood poured from a shattered jaw. He tried to speak. The effort produced a wet, choking gurgle. "Hold still," Vance commanded. He slipped the lower blade of the trauma shears under the heavy plastic zip tie binding Finn's wrists. He squeezed the handles. The thick plastic snapped. He cut the bindings on the boy's ankles. He rolled Finn onto his side, clearing his airway, letting the blood drain from his mouth into the dirt. Vance turned his attention to the third figure. Jackson. The oldest brother lay face down in the dust. He lacked the zip ties. Vargas deemed bindings unnecessary for a broken animal. Vance holstered his shears. He grabbed Jackson by the shoulder. He hauled the boy onto his back. The night vision optic revealed the extent of the damage. Jackson's face resembled a butcher's block. The nose collapsed, shattered by a heavy blunt impact. Both eyes swelled shut, turning the surrounding tissue a deep necrotic purple. But the face suffered the least of the trauma. Jackson's torn motocross jersey hung in rags. Deep, parallel welts crisscrossed his exposed chest and stomach. The welts burned a dark, angry color through the monochrome lens. The skin split in several places, weeping clear fluid and blood. Vance recognized the strike pattern. He touched one of the welts. The flesh burned with fever heat. "Toe straps," Vance said. Jackson groaned. The sound tore through his shattered nose. His eyelids fluttered. He fought to open his swollen eyes, managing a millimeter slit of vision. He focused on the silhouette of the man wearing the tactical helmet and the chest rig. Jackson tried to raise his hands. His arms shook. He lacked the strength to lift his fists. "The horses," Jackson whispered. His voice cracked, dry as old bone. "Gone," Vance said. "Vargas took them." Jackson squeezed his eyes shut. A tear leaked through the bruised tissue. It cut a track through the dried blood and limestone dust coating his cheek. The tear represented physical agony, but it represented a deeper, more profound destruction. "He laughed," Jackson said. "Vargas." "The big man," Jackson coughed. "He laughed at my rifle. He laughed at my boots. He called me a beggar." Vance opened his trauma kit. He retrieved a sterile gauze pad. He pressed it against the deepest laceration on Jackson's chest. The boy hissed through his teeth, his body arching off the dirt. "He wrapped a yellow nylon strap around his fist," Jackson said. The words spilled out, a frantic purge of the humiliation. "A heavy truck strap. He beat me." I tried to stand. He hit my knees. I fell. He beat my back. He stood over me and whipped me like a dog. He broke your body, Vance said. He wanted to break your pride. He took the herd, Jackson said. He took the ranch. He took everything. We failed. Vance applied a strip of medical tape to hold the gauze in place. He moved to the shattered nose. He possessed zero tools to fix the bone structure. He wiped the blood from the boy's airway. Where is Leo? Jackson asked. Panic spiked in his voice. The bike. I told him to ride. Leo made the highway, Vance said. I found him. I carried him inside the Vanguard gates. He occupies a trauma bed. A medic monitors his vitals. The information hit Jackson. The tension drained from his shoulders. He let his head loll back against the hard dirt. You warned me, Jackson whispered. You stood in my yard. You told me the wolves waited. I stated the tactical reality. I ignored the reality, Jackson said. I played cowboy. I led my brothers into a slaughterhouse. Vance looked at the wreckage of the boy. Jackson possessed a dangerous combination of arrogance and ignorance an hour ago. Now he possessed nothing. Vargas stripped the arrogance away with a heavy nylon strap, leaving a hollow, bleeding shell. Vance checked Cole. The twin remained unconscious. The head trauma required an MRI, a luxury non-existent in the dark zone. Finn clutched his shattered jaw, his eyes wide with silent pain. Vance stood up. He unclipped a plastic canteen from his chest rig. He unscrewed the cap. He knelt beside Jackson and poured a small measure of water into the boy's mouth. Jackson swallowed. He coughed, spraying pink mist into the air. Leave us, Jackson said. I possess a vehicle 5 miles back, Vance said. I patch you up. We walk out of this canyon. We reach the truck. I drive you to the county clinic. The bank takes the ranch, Jackson said. I own nothing. I am nothing. Jackson turned his head away. He stared at the dirt. He surrendered. The fight left his blood. The monster in the canyon chewed him up and spit him out, leaving a boy terrified of the dark. Vance slung the canteen back onto his rig. He looked at the spent brass casings littering the ground. He looked at the bullet holes in the F-350. He pictured Commander Sterling sitting in the air-conditioned bunker, waiting to buy the stolen Mustangs from the men who wielded the tow strap. He pictured the $50,000 bounty paper pinned to the corkboard. Vance Corren hunted men for money. He traded bodies for gold. He operated on cold, hard mathematics. But the mathematics broke tonight. The equation required a different kind of balance. Vance reached down. He grabbed the collar of Jackson's ruined jersey. He hauled the boy into a sitting position. Jackson cried out, his ribs grinding together. Look at me, Vance commanded. Jackson kept his eyes on the dirt. Vance grabbed the boy's chin. He forced Jackson's head up. He forced the swollen, battered eyes to meet his own. You bleed, Vance said. You hurt. You carry the humiliation. But you draw breath. You possess a pulse. The grave remains empty. He beat me like a dog, Jackson repeated. He beat a farm boy, Vance said. His voice cut through the stagnant air, hard and unforgiving as the limestone walls. A farm boy expects a fair fight. A farm boy believes in honor. Alberto Vargas cares nothing for honor. He operates as a monster. Vance released the boy's chin. He stood tall. The green glow of the night vision optic cast a demonic light across his face. He rested his hand on the pistol grip of the AR-15. You want your pride back? Vance asked. You want your horses back? You want your land back? Jackson stared at the rifle. He stared at the chest rig, loaded with 30-round magazines. A spark of raw, ugly anger ignited deep in his bruised eyes. "I want him dead," Jackson whispered. "Then you stop acting like a farm boy," Vance said. He unclipped a heavy folding knife from his belt. He tossed it into the dirt between Jackson's legs. "You patch your brothers. You leave them here in the dark. You stand up. You follow me into the breaks." Vance racked the charging handle of the AR-15, ejecting the chambered round and slamming a fresh cartridge into the breech. The metallic clack echoed down the canyon. "We hunt the monster," Vance said. Chapter 10. "Hold the beam steady," Jackson said. Vance clicked the tail cap of the aluminum tactical flashlight. A muted red circle illuminated the canyon floor. Red light preserves night vision. It eliminates harsh shadows. It turns wet blood into pools of flat black oil. Jackson knelt in the pulverized limestone. He gripped the heavy folding knife Vance threw between his legs minutes ago. He grabbed the torn hem of his ruined motocross jersey. He drove the steel blade through the fabric. He sliced upward, tearing the cloth into long, ragged strips. He ignored the sharp fire burning across his own bruised ribs. He focused the entirety of his attention on his twin brother. Cole lay flat on his back. The massive contusion on the left side of his skull pushed against the skin, distorting his features, threatening to split the tissue. Jackson folded a thick square of denim salvaged from a ripped pant leg. He pressed the makeshift compress against the swelling on Cole's head. He wrapped the jersey strips around his brother's skull, pulling the fabric tight, knotting it at the temple. "He needs a trauma surgeon," Jackson whispered. The words sounded like ground glass scraping against a rusted pipe. "He needs absolute stillness," Vance said. "The brain swells from the impact. It demands rest. Movement invites a hemorrhage." Jackson shifted his weight in the dirt. His shattered nose leaked dark fluid over his lips. He wiped the blood away with the back of his wrist. He crawled on his hands and knees to the second figure. Finn remained conscious. His eyes tracked the red beam. He clutched his broken jaw with both hands. Splintered bone fragments grated together with every shallow breath. The sound resembled rocks grinding at the bottom of a dry well. "I need to set the bone," Jackson said to his brother. "I need to immobilize the joint." Finn offered a microscopic nod. "You possess zero anesthetic," Vance said. "The shock wears off. The pain returns with interest." "I possess necessity," Jackson said. Jackson leaned over Finn. He placed his bloody hands on either side of his brother's face. He felt the unnatural ridge of the broken mandible beneath the skin. "Bite the pain," Jackson commanded. Jackson clamped his hands tight. He pushed the fractured jawbone up and back. The bones snapped into rough alignment with a sickening, wet pop. Finn arched his spine off the dirt. A suppressed, agonizing scream died deep in his throat. Tears cut clean tracks through the thick layer of dust coating his cheeks. He slammed his eyes shut, his entire body rigid with absolute agony. Jackson worked with brutal efficiency. He wrapped the remaining fabric under Finn's chin and tied it off at the crown of the head. The tight bandage locked the jaw in place, preventing the bones from shifting. Jackson rocked back on his heels. He stared at his blood-soaked hands in the crimson light. The physical toll of the beatdown cascaded through his nervous system. His shoulder muscles trembled. A deep ache settled into his spine. But a new, dangerous energy pushed the exhaustion aside. A dark, ugly current of pure, unadulterated hate flooded his veins. He stood up. He ignored the shooting pain in his left knee. He turned his back on his brothers. He limped toward the wreckage of the F-350 pinned against the canyon wall. Vance tracked him with the red beam. Jackson reached the twisted chrome of the front bumper. He knelt in the dirt. He grabbed the heavy length of rusted iron lying in the dust. The spike strip. 3 feet of thick, ribbed rebar utilized to blow the steering tire and halt the convoy. Jackson wrapped both hands around the makeshift club. The iron retained the ambient heat of the day. It carried massive, lethal weight. He dragged the iron across the limestone, sending a shower of orange sparks into the dark. He marched toward the eastern end of the pass. He favored his bad leg, adopting a lopsided, determined gait. He sought blood. He sought Alberto Vargas. Vance killed the flashlight. The absolute blackness of the dark zone swallowed the canyon. Vance pulled the night vision monocular down over his right eye. He pressed the activation switch. The world bloomed in high-contrast monochrome green. He saw Jackson's heat signature, radiating raw, uncontrolled fury. Vance moved. He covered 10 yards in 3 silent, measured strides. He stepped into the center of the narrow trail, blocking the exit. Jackson collided with him in the dark. "Out of my path," Jackson hissed. "You walk toward a meat grinder," Vance said. Jackson swung the heavy rebar. He aimed for Vance's skull. A telegraphed, clumsy strike, fueled by pure emotion and zero tactical thought. Vance stepped inside the arc of the swing. He trapped Jackson's wrists with his left hand. He drove the buttstock of his AR-15 hard into Jackson's solar plexus. Jackson folded in half. The air rushed from his lungs in a sharp, desperate gasp. The rebar slipped from his numb fingers, clattering against the rock floor. He hit the dirt, clutching his stomach, fighting a paralyzed diaphragm to draw breath. Vance stepped over the iron bar. He looked down at the gasping boy. "You operate like a child throwing a tantrum," Vance said. His voice carried zero inflection. It sounded like stone grinding against stone. "You feel the sting of the whip. You want to inflict the identical sting. You let the anger dictate the terms of the engagement." Jackson rolled onto his side. He sucked oxygen through clenched teeth. He glared up at the green glowing lens covering Vance's right eye. "He beat me," Jackson wheezed. "He humiliated me." "He defeated you," Vance corrected. "He utilized superior tactics. He utilized superior firepower. He broke your convoy, and he broke your pride. Now you want to charge his fortified camp with a piece of scrap metal. You want to offer him your life on a silver platter." Jackson pushed himself onto his hands and knees. The dust coated his bleeding knuckles. "I kill him," Jackson said. "You die," Vance said. "You die screaming in the dirt. He mounts that belt-fed machine gun on the rimrock. He paints your chest with an infrared laser. He cuts you in half before you cover 50 yards of open ground." Vance knelt. He brought his face inches from the boy's shattered nose. He forced Jackson to look into the electronic glow of the optic. "Listen to the mathematics," Vance said. "To beat a cartel rustler, you abandon the farm. You abandon the rules of fair play. You abandon the concept of a fair fight. You abandon the anger. I burn with it." "Extinguish it," Vance commanded. "A wild animal attacks out of anger. A wild animal lacks a brain. It rushes the spear out of blind rage. It dies on the steel. To beat a man like Vargas, you must become a monster." Jackson stared at the bounty hunter. The words bypassed the boy's bruised ego and sank deep into his survival instincts. "The trick," Vance continued, "lies in the discipline. You do not let the monster loose to rampage through the canyon. You forge a heavy iron chain. You lock a spiked collar around the monster's neck. You hold the leash." Vance gripped Jackson's shoulder. His fingers bit into the raw, traumatized muscle. "You keep the monster on the chain," Vance said. "You walk in the shadows. You ignore the pain. You ignore the humiliation. You track the target. You wait for the precise, perfect fraction of a second. Then and only then you release the chain. You execute the target. You feel zero emotion. You feel absolute cold. Jackson absorbed the lesson. The frantic vibration in his limbs ceased. The reckless, suicidal fury in his eyes solidified into a dark, frozen resolve. He understood the geometry of the kill. Anger represented weakness. Cold precision represented power. "Stand up," Vance said. Jackson rose to his feet. He swayed for a second, but he locked his knees, finding a stable center of gravity in the dark. Vance unslung the custom AR-15 carbine. He held the weapon across his chest. He reached up and engaged the spring-loaded hinge on the EOTech magnifier, flipping the glass optic into rigid position behind the holographic red dot sight. He locked the bolt carrier group to the rear. He inspected the empty chamber with his thumb. He retrieved a fresh 30-round Magpul PMAG from his chest rig. He slapped the polymer magazine into the magwell. He hit the bolt release paddle. The steel carrier slammed forward, stripping a green-tip armor-piercing round from the feed lips and driving it into the breech. He engaged the safety selector switch. Vance extended the rifle. He offered the weapon to the boy. "Take it," Vance said. Jackson reached out. He wrapped his bruised, bloody fingers around the textured, polymer pistol grip. He grabbed the aluminum handguard with his left hand. He pulled the weapon against his chest. He felt the dense, balanced weight of modern military hardware. The rifle felt entirely different from the lever-action brush gun Vargas stripped from his hands. This weapon possessed a singular, devastating purpose. 30 rounds, Vance said. 5.56 millimeter. The bullets possess a steel penetrator core. They punch through ceramic body armor. They punch through engine blocks. The magnifier provides 3-power magnification. Put the red dot on the target. Squeeze the trigger. The man dies. "What do you carry?" Jackson asked. Vance drew his Glock 19. He held the compact, angular pistol in his right hand. He retrieved a combat knife with a 6-inch serrated blade from his chest rig with his left hand. The steel drank the ambient darkness. "I operate in close proximity," Vance said. "I silence the perimeter. You provide the overwatch. You hold the high ground. You cover my movement." Jackson nodded. He adjusted his grip on the rifle. He slipped his index finger along the receiver, keeping it off the trigger, demonstrating instinctive trigger discipline. The bruised, arrogant farm boy vanished into the shadows. The apprentice monster emerged, ready to hold the chain. "We track their dust," Vance said. "Vargas drives heavy transport trucks. He tows your loaded trailers. He moves slow through the rough breaks. He leaves a massive footprint." Jackson looked back at his brothers one final time. Finn sat in the dirt, cradling Cole's bandaged head in his lap. Finn offered a single, rigid nod of his head. He understood the necessity of the hunt. He understood the alternative meant losing the ranch and losing their future. "They survive," Vance said. "The cold air preserves them. We finish the work. We return with the vanguard medics." Jackson turned his back on the wreckage of his family. He faced the deep, lightless throat of the eastern canyon. He squared his shoulders, ignoring the fresh blood seeping into his bandages. "I hold the chain," Jackson whispered. "Prove it," Vance said. Vance stepped past the boy. He vanished into the dark zone, letting the green phosphor lens guide his path through the jagged limestone labyrinth. Jackson followed, his boots silent on the rock, matching the bounty hunter's disciplined stride. They left the victims behind. The predators took the trail. Chapter 11. "Dual rear wheels," Vance said. "Heavy payload." He crouched in the center of the limestone trail. The green phosphor lens of his night vision monocular illuminated the deep, aggressive tread patterns stamped into the pulverized rock. The tires displaced an inch of packed dirt, kicking the spoil out to the sides in crisp, uniform ridges. Jackson stood 3 paces back. He held the AR-15 across his chest, his index finger resting flat along the forged aluminum receiver. He breathed through his mouth. His shattered nose blocked all intake. Dodge Ram 3500, Jackson said. Mud-terrain tires. They carry the weight of the steel gooseneck trailer and 15 horses. 2 trucks, Vance said. He pointed a leather-gloved finger at an overlapping track. The lead vehicle runs a standard highway tread. It pulls the second trailer. They maintain a tight formation. 15 yards between bumpers. They drive blind. They drive arrogant, Vance corrected. Vance stood. He killed the night vision optic. Total blackness rushed back into the canyon, thick and suffocating. He preferred the dark for this lesson. He wanted the boy to feel the environment, to smell the track, to process the hunt without the crutch of electronic enhancement. We walk the edge of the ruts, Vance commanded. Step where the limestone crust remains intact. Avoid the loose gravel. Keep your muzzle down. Follow my silhouette. Vance moved. He glided over the uneven ground, his boots finding solid purchase on the rock. He projected 0 noise. Jackson followed. The boy favored his left knee, but he forced his stride to match the bounty hunter's rhythm. The AR-15 felt heavy, a block of dense, purposeful machinery compared to the wood and steel of his stolen lever-action rifle. The tactical sling rubbed a raw spot against his neck, but he ignored the friction. He locked the pain of his broken face and his bruised ribs into a mental vault. He held the chain. The canyon walls squeezed the trail. The devil's backbone demanded a toll from any vehicle wider than a pack mule. Vance stopped. He raised a closed fist. Jackson froze. He dropped to one knee, bringing the rifle up, scanning the darkness ahead through the EOTech magnifier. He saw nothing but jagged rock fins and twisted mesquite branches cutting jagged shapes against the starless sky. Vance reached down into the dirt beside the tire rut. He picked up a crushed cylinder. He held it up. The ambient starlight caught the edge of the torn aluminum. "Smell it," Vance said. He tossed the crushed can. Jackson caught it with his left hand. The aluminum felt sticky. A pungent, chemical odor rose from the metal. Synthetic sugar, taurine, and artificial citrus. "Energy drink," Jackson said. "Generic Mexican brand," Vance said. "High caffeine. Sold by the case at border truck stops." The driver finished the can. He crushed it in his fist. He tossed it out the window. "Sloppy," Jackson said. He dropped the can into the dirt. "Sloppy indicates a mistake," Vance said. "A man forgets to cover his tracks. A man accidentally drops a receipt. This act represents pure, unfiltered arrogance. Vargas knows he occupies a dark zone. He knows he disabled the county grid. He believes he operates with absolute impunity. He leaves a breadcrumb trail. He leaves a territorial marker," Vance said. "A professional extraction team sanitizes the route. They carry their trash. They obscure their tire tracks. Vargas operates like an apex predator. A wolf pisses on a tree to tell the forest he owns the ground. Vargas throws his garbage in the dirt to tell the desert he fears nothing." Jackson adjusted his grip on the rifle. The anger spiked, a hot flash of memory involving the yellow toe strap and the heavy fists. He took a slow, deliberate breath. He pushed the anger back into the vault. He fed the monster a block of ice. "Arrogance breeds vulnerability," Jackson said. The words came out flat and cold. "Correct," Vance said. "A man who fears nothing posts no rearguard. He expects 0 pursuit. He defeated the farm boys. He left them tied in the dust. He considers the operation concluded. He focuses entirely on the destination. They resumed the march. The trail inclined sharply. The heavy transport trucks required low gear to conquer the grade. The diesel exhaust lingered in the trapped air between the canyon walls, a thick, acrid cloud tasting of unburned hydrocarbons and sulfur. Vance tracked the scent. A mile up the grade, the trail leveled out onto a wide limestone plateau. The canyon walls pulled back, revealing a bowl of scrub brush and scattered boulders. Vance activated his night vision optic. The green phosphor illuminated the plateau. He saw the disruption in the dust. The two heavy trucks stopped here. The tire tracks formed a chaotic, overlapping pattern. Heavy boot prints surrounded the ruts. Vance swept the area. He walked toward a cluster of boot prints near the edge of the plateau. He knelt. He retrieved a small, white cylinder from the rock. Jackson closed the distance. He looked over Vance's shoulder. "Cigarette butt," Jackson said. "Filterless," Vance said. He rolled the paper between his thumb and forefinger. Dark, robust tobacco. A harsh smoke. "Look at the paper." Jackson squinted in the dark. Black smudges. "Gun oil and carbon," Vance said. "The smoker loaded magazines or cleaned a weapon recently." The oil transferred from his fingers to the paper. Vance squeezed the cigarette butt. "The paper retains moisture," Vance said. "The tobacco feels spongy. The desert air sucks the moisture out of everything in 10 minutes. The smoker dropped this less than a quarter of an hour ago." "We closed the gap," Jackson said. "They stopped to check the cargo," Vance said. He pointed to a secondary set of tracks leading toward a patch of crushed sagebrush. The mustangs fought the trailers during the steep climb. The drivers stopped the rigs. They opened the rear doors. They checked the animals. They smoked a cigarette. They felt relaxed. Jackson looked at the crushed sage. He pictured his horses. 30 terrified animals crammed into steel boxes, smelling the diesel smoke, feeling the chaotic lurch of the tires over the broken rock. "He kills the weak ones," Jackson stated. He offered zero emotion. A horse breaks a leg in the trailer. Vargas puts a bullet in its head and dumps the carcass to save transport weight. "Vargas operates a business," Vance said. "Dead cargo yields zero profit. He wants them alive." Vance stood up. He flipped the night vision monocular up, locking it against the helmet. "The plateau ends in a quarter mile," Jackson said. "The trail drops back into a narrow ravine. A dry wash. Deep sand and high walls. The trucks will crawl. You know the terrain." "I rode dirt bikes through this wash since I stood waist-high," Jackson said. "The ravine twists like a snake. Blind corners. A man on foot cuts the angles. A heavy truck navigates every curve." "We exploit the geography," Vance said. "We bypass the main trail. We take the high ground. We intersect their path." Jackson pointed toward the northern rim of the plateau. A sheer face of limestone rose 50 feet into the air, crowned by a jagged ridge. "A goat path cuts up that face," Jackson said. "A switchback trail. Loose shale. A man climbs it. He bypasses 2 miles of the ravine. He reaches the ridge. He looks straight down into the wash." "Lead the way," Vance said. Jackson shifted the AR-15 to his left hand. He marched toward the cliff face. He found the goat path. A narrow, treacherous scar carved into the limestone by decades of runoff and animal traffic. Jackson started the ascent. He grabbed a twisted mesquite root protruding from the rock. He pulled his body weight up. His broken ribs screamed, a sharp, stabbing fire radiating through his chest cavity. He gritted his teeth. He found a toehold. He pushed. Vance followed. He matched the boy's pace. They climbed in absolute silence. The only sounds consisted of their controlled breathing and the occasional scrape of a boot toe against the stone. Halfway up the face, a shelf of loose shale gave way under Jackson's bad knee. His boot slipped. He dropped 2 feet, his chest slamming hard against the rock face. Vance shot his left hand out. He grabbed the heavy nylon webbing of Jackson's chest harness. He anchored his own boots against a solid limestone ledge. He held the boy's weight suspended over the dark drop. Jackson hung there, gasping, fighting the urge to cry out from the impact. "Find the root," Vance whispered. Jackson reached up with his free hand. He found a thick, anchored root. He pulled. Vance hauled upward on the harness. Jackson regained his footing on the narrow path. "Hold the chain," Vance reminded him. Jackson nodded in the dark. He resumed the climb. They reached the crest of the ridge. A sharp wind hit them, cutting across the exposed limestone. It carried the chill of the deep desert night. Jackson dropped to his stomach. He belly crawled the final 10 feet to the edge of the precipice. Vance mirrored the movement. They lay side by side on the cold stone, peering over the lip of the ridge. 100 feet below, the dry wash formed a serpentine canyon of pale sand and dark rock. Jackson pointed. A mile down the wash, 2 sets of headlights cut through the gloom. The beams bounced and shifted as the heavy transport trucks navigated the deep sand. The diesel engines echoed off the canyon walls, a low rhythmic throb. "They hit the sand traps," Jackson whispered. "The tires sink. The axles drag. They move at 5 miles an hour." Vance pulled the night vision optic down. He scanned the convoy. The Dodge 3500 took the lead. The rusted F-450 followed close behind. Both trucks towed the massive silver gooseneck trailers, holding the stolen Mustangs. Vance zoomed the focus ring. He spotted a third vehicle. A Ford Raptor pickup truck trailed the second trailer. The Raptor lacked headlights. The driver utilized blackout drive lamps, emitting a faint infrared glow visible only to night vision equipment. Vance studied the bed of the Raptor. A heavy steel tripod sat bolted to the truck bed. A man stood behind the tripod, wearing a Kevlar helmet and a plate carrier. He gripped the spade grips of an FN mag belt-fed machine gun. The ammunition belt fed from an olive-drab steel can mounted to the side of the weapon. "We possess a complication," Vance said. He unclipped the EOTech magnifier from his rifle. He handed the optic to Jackson. "Look at the rear vehicle," Vance commanded. Jackson held the magnifier to his eye. He caught the ambient light gathering in the glass lens. He spotted the dark shape of the Raptor trailing the convoy. He saw the silhouette of the gunner standing in the truck bed. "The machine gun," Jackson said. "Rear guard," Vance said. "Vargas displays arrogance with his trash, but he retains a core of tactical discipline. He protects his 6 o'clock. Any pursuit entering that wash faces a wall of 7.62 millimeter lead." Jackson lowered the optic. He looked at the steep, vertical walls of the dry wash. "The ravine tightens ahead," Jackson said. "A quarter-mile past their current position. The rock walls pinch the sand. The trail narrows to 12 feet across. A bottleneck." Vance calculated the distances. He calculated the speed of the trucks dragging the heavy trailers through the deep sand. He calculated the geometry of the kill zone. "We beat them to the bottleneck," Vance said. He retrieved the magnifier and snapped it back onto his rifle rail. "We prepare the reception." Vance pushed himself backward off the rim. He stood up. He checked the action on his AR-15. He looked down at the boy with the shattered face and the borrowed rifle. "The monster slips the leash tonight," Vance said. Chapter 12. The limestone tore the leather from their boots. Vance and Jackson ran the spine of the devil's backbone. They navigated the jagged ridge in absolute darkness. The green phosphor lens of Vance's optic provided the single source of illumination, a narrow cone of electronic sight guiding their path. Vance chose the footholds. Jackson followed the bounty hunter's silhouette, stepping blind, trusting the man ahead of him. The physical toll extracted a brutal price. Jackson's shattered nose bled down the back of his throat. He swallowed the copper-tasting fluid, fighting the urge to gag. The ruined cartilage throbbed with every footfall. The broken ribs ground together, a sharp, mechanical friction that robbed his lungs of oxygen. He ignored the trauma. He pushed the pain into a dark corner of his mind. He gripped the aluminum handguard of the AR-15. The cold metal grounded him. 100 feet below, the diesel engines roared. The heavy transport trucks fought the deep sand of the wash. The sound bounced off the vertical canyon walls, amplifying into a deafening, rhythmic percussion. White headlight beams slashed through the gloom, illuminating twisting clouds of limestone dust. Vance stopped. He dropped to his stomach. Jackson mirrored the movement. He hit the unyielding rock, pinning the rifle beneath his chest. "Crawl," Vance commanded. They belly crawled to the edge of the precipice. A thick slab of eroded sandstone formed a natural parapet. Vance slid behind the rock barrier. He kept his head down. He placed a hand on Jackson's shoulder, forcing the boy flat against the earth. "Do not expose your face," Vance said. "Keep your body pressed to the stone." "I need to see the convoy," Jackson said. "The gunner in the Raptor utilizes thermal imaging," Vance said. He scans the ridge. He searches for heat signatures. Human body temperature registers as a bright white flare on his monitor. The sandstone absorbs our heat. It masks our signature. We offer him 0 targets. Jackson rested his cheek against the cold stone. He listened to the approaching machines. The heavy tires crushed the sand. The gooseneck trailers groaned, the steel frames twisting under the shifting weight of the panicked mustangs. The lead Dodge Ram reached the bottleneck. The gap between the canyon walls narrowed to 12 feet. The driver touched the brakes. The airlines hissed. The massive truck crawled forward, navigating the tight clearance. A sudden, violent tremor shook the first trailer. The sound of iron horseshoes slamming against corrugated aluminum echoed up the canyon wall. A horse screamed. The sound possessed 0 relation to a normal whinny. It carried the raw, high-pitched pitch of absolute terror and structural failure. The Dodge slammed on its brakes. The heavy F-450 locked its tires, stopping 3 feet from the rear bumper of the lead trailer. The Raptor halted in the rear, the belt-fed machine gun panning the ridges. "Keep your head low," Vance said. "Observe through the optic." Jackson shifted his weight. He rested the barrel of the AR-15 on a notch in the sandstone parapet. He engaged the EOTech magnifier. He brought his eye to the glass. The optics gathered the ambient light from the truck headlamps below. The scene possessed the grainy clarity of a surveillance feed. The passenger door of the Dodge kicked open. A man stepped into the dust. He possessed the dimensions of a bank vault. Shoulders stretched the fabric of a tactical combat shirt. A thick neck supported a head shaved to the scalp. A jagged white scar bisected his nose and disappeared into a dense black beard. He carried a suppressed Glock pistol in his right hand. "Vargas," Jackson breathed. Vargas marched toward the rear of the gooseneck trailer. 2 other men wearing plate carriers and carrying short-barreled rifles joined him. They moved with practiced military precision, maintaining overlapping fields of fire. Vargas unlatched the heavy steel rear doors. He hauled them open. The interior of the trailer resembled a chaotic slaughterhouse. 15 mustangs milled in the confined space, coated in thick white lather. The air reeked of ammonia, fear, and pulverized manure. Vargas pointed the suppressed pistol into the cage. He shouted a command in Spanish. One of his men climbed the steel ramp. He waded into the mass of panicked muscle. He grabbed a frayed nylon halter. He dragged a horse backward out of the trailer. Jackson stared through the magnifier. His breath caught in his throat. The animal stumbled down the steel ramp. A sorrel mare. A coat, the color of a new penny. She possessed a white star on her forehead. "The sorrel," Jackson whispered. The words tasted like ash. "Peaches. She carries the Foundation bloodline. My father bred her." The mare reached the sand. She refused to put weight on her right front leg. Jackson examined the limb through the glass. The cannon bone snapped during the rough transit. The jagged white edge of the fracture protruded through the skin, gleaming in the harsh glare of the headlights. Dark blood pumped down her fetlock, soaking the pale sand. The mare stood on 3 legs, trembling violently. She lowered her head, sniffing her own blood. Vargas examined the shattered bone. He showed zero empathy. He treated the animal like a blown tire or a cracked radiator. A defective piece of machinery hindering the convoy. Vargas raised the suppressed Glock. "No," Jackson hissed. He gripped the pistol grip of the AR-15. Vargas placed the muzzle of the weapon an inch from the white star on the mare's forehead. The pistol coughed. A dull, mechanical thud. The mare dropped. She hit the sand with a massive, dead weight. A cloud of dust plumed around her carcass. Jackson stopped breathing. The reality of the violence bypassed his bruised pride and struck his core. He raised these horses. He delivered the foals in the freezing mud of the spring storms. He broke them to the halter. He knew their temperaments. Vargas executed the Foundation bloodline without a second of hesitation. The men in the canyon prepared to move the carcass out of the path. Vargas stopped them. He holstered his pistol. He reached to his belt and drew a heavy fixed-blade hunting knife. "What does he intend?" Jackson asked. Vance kept his eyes on the canyon floor. "He sanitizes the cargo." Vargas knelt beside the dead mare. He grabbed the mane. He positioned the blade against the left side of her neck. Every horse on the Hayes Ranch carried a registered microchip embedded in the neck muscle, alongside a distinct freeze brand identifying the property. These marks represented ownership. They represented the legal proof required by the state. Vargas plunged the knife into the hide. Jackson watched the blade move. Vargas sawed through the tough skin and muscle. He operated with brutal, butcher shop efficiency. He carved a massive square of flesh out of the animal's neck. Vargas stood up. He held the bloody square of hide in his left hand. The freeze brand remained visible on the skin. He walked to the edge of the dry wash. He tossed the chunk of meat into the scrub brush. He wiped the bloody knife blade against his tactical pants and returned the weapon to its sheath. He turned back to his men. He pointed to the carcass. He issued a sharp command. The 2 armed men grabbed the mare by the hind legs. They dragged the dead weight out of the tire ruts, leaving a wide, dark smear of blood across the white sand. They abandoned the body against the canyon wall. Vargas slammed the trailer doors shut. He secured the steel latches. He walked back to the passenger side of the Dodge. He climbed into the cab. The air brakes released. The diesel engines roared, dumping black exhaust into the narrow gap. The convoy crawled forward, the heavy tires rolling inches past the bleeding carcass of the sorrel mare. Jackson lay on the sandstone. He stared at the dead horse through the magnifier. The execution possessed a cold, terrifying logic. Vargas eliminated the weak. He destroyed the evidence. He mutilated the animal to sever its connection to the Hayes family. The act erased Jackson's identity. It erased his father's legacy. The monster lesson from Chapter 10 echoed in his skull. A wild animal attacks out of anger. To beat a man like Vargas, you must become a monster. The ice in Jackson's veins melted, replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated, blinding rage. The logic evaporated. The discipline shattered. He saw the face of the man who beat him with a yellow strap. He saw the man who executed his horse and carved her flesh like a trophy. Jackson shifted the barrel of the AR-15. He tracked the passenger side window of the Dodge Ram. The convoy moved at a crawl. The distance measured less than 100 yards. An easy shot for the modern rifle. Jackson pushed the safety selector switch from safe to fire. The click sounded deafening to his own ears. He centered the holographic red dot on the dark glass of the truck window. He pictured the shaved head and the jagged scar sitting behind the glass. He wrapped his bruised index finger around the curved steel trigger. He applied a pound of pressure. The trigger shoe moved. He intended to punch a green-tip armor-piercing round through the glass and into Vargas's skull. He intended to scatter the convoy and end the humiliation. A heavy, leather-clad hand clamped down over the ejection port of the rifle. Vance pinned the weapon to the stone. He applied massive downward force, locking the barrel against the sandstone parapet. Jackson fought the grip. He twisted his shoulders, trying to wrench the rifle free. Vance slid his left arm around Jackson's neck. He locked the boy in a brutal chokehold. He squeezed the carotid arteries, cutting the blood flow to the brain. Jackson thrashed. His broken ribs screamed. He clawed at Vance's arm, his bloody fingernails digging into the denim fabric. Vance held the choke. He leaned close to Jackson's ear. "You drop the hammer now, we die," Vance hissed. The words carried the lethal promise of a rattlesnake. "You punch a hole in that glass. You miss the brainstem." Vargas ducks. The Raptor gunner pivots the belt-fed machine gun. He paints this ridge with 100 rounds of armor-piercing lead. He cuts us to ribbons. He leaves us for the buzzards. Jackson kicked his boots against the stone. The lack of oxygen darkened the edges of his vision. "Hold the chain," Vance commanded. "Hold the damn chain." Vance squeezed tighter. The rage fought the hypoxia. The hypoxia won. Jackson's limbs went slack. His fingers slipped from the pistol grip of the AR-15. His head lolled against Vance's forearm. Vance released the chokehold. He kept his hand clamped over the rifle action. Jackson gasped. Oxygen flooded back into his lungs. He coughed, spraying blood from his shattered nose onto the sandstone. He lay flat on his back, staring up at the starless sky, his chest heaving. Below them, the convoy cleared the bottleneck. The taillights faded into the twisting shadows of the dry wash. The Raptor followed, the belt-fed machine gun maintaining a silent, lethal vigil. Vance released the rifle. He reached down and clicked the safety selector back to safe. He looked at the boy. Jackson trembled. A mixture of adrenaline crash and profound shock racked his broken body. "You failed the test," Vance said. Jackson turned his head. He looked at the dead sorrel mare, abandoned in the sand below. The dark pool of blood expanded, soaking into the earth. "He mutilated her," Jackson whispered. "He performed a tactical calculation," Vance said. "He removed the brand. He removed the liability. You performed an emotional calculation. You risked the entire operation for revenge." Vance grabbed Jackson by the tactical harness. He hauled the boy into a sitting position. "You shoot Vargas in the cab, the trucks accelerate," Vance said. "They crash in the narrows. The trailers roll. Every horse inside those steel cages dies a horrific death. You slaughter the herd to satisfy your ego." The truth hit Jackson. He pictured the rolling steel cages. He pictured the crushed mustangs. He surrendered to the logic. He failed the herd. He failed Vance. "I lost control," Jackson said. You let the monster loose, Vance said. You let it drag you into the light. Vance stood up. He checked the green phosphor lens of his night vision optic. The bottleneck provides zero advantage now, Vance said. They cleared the trap. We possess one remaining option. We bypass the wash. We beat them to their destination. Where? Jackson asked. I tracked their garbage, Vance said. I tracked their boot prints. I saw the scout camp. I know where they intend to rest the stock. Vance slung his rifle. He turned his back on the bottleneck and the dead mare. Pick up the Iron Kid, Vance said. We resume the hunt. And you lock the chain. Chapter 13. The desert stripped them of their heat. The sun's departure plunged the Chihuahuan Badlands into a deep freeze. Vance maintained a punishing pace. He carved a direct line across the fractured plateau, cutting the angles the heavy trucks required to navigate the dry wash. He moved with mechanical precision, his boots finding silent purchase on the shale. Jackson dragged his left leg. The knee joint swelled thick beneath his denim jeans. Every step sent a jolt of raw fire up his femur. He kept his eyes locked on the broad back of the bounty hunter. He focused on the rhythm. Left foot. Right foot. Breathe the freezing air. Swallow the blood. They crossed 3 miles of broken ground. The terrain pitched downward. Vance stopped at the edge of a sheer drop. He raised a closed fist. Jackson halted. He leaned his weight against the barrel of the AR-15, treating the modern rifle like a crutch. His chest heaved. White plumes of condensation escaped his mouth. Look, Vance commanded. Jackson stepped to the edge. A massive limestone amphitheater opened below them. A box canyon. Vertical rock walls formed a perfect horseshoe, offering a single point of entry and exit. The floor consisted of hard-packed dirt, swept clean by centuries of flash floods. The scout camp, Vance said. A fortress. 3 sheer walls. 1 door. A heavy gun watches the door. A company of infantry fails to breach the perimeter. A dead end, Jackson said. A sanctuary for the arrogant, Vance said. Vargas stops here. The trucks require engine rest. The horses require water. He possesses absolute confidence in his rear guard. He rests his crew in the box. Vance analyzed the geometry of the canyon. He parks the transport rigs near the entrance, Vance said. He blocks the door with steel. He strings a high tensile picket line across the back wall to tether the mustangs. He builds a fire in the center. We take the high ground, Jackson said. He gestured toward the rim rock, circling the amphitheater. The rim rock offers zero cover, Vance said. Vargas sweeps the rim with thermal optics the moment he arrives. We sit on the edge, we glow like beacons. He paints the rock with the belt fed. We require a blind spot. Vance scanned the rock face beneath their boots. He pointed to a deep fissure in the limestone, a jagged crack splitting the vertical wall 50 feet above the canyon floor. A narrow shelf jutted from the stone, shielded by an overhang of dark, eroded sandstone. The shelf, Vance said. The overhang blocks the thermal signature from the canyon floor. The rock absorbs your heat. You possess a clear field of fire covering the entire box. We climb down. You climb down, Vance said. You claim the nest. I claim the dirt. You enter the camp. I infiltrate the perimeter before they establish it, Vance said. I become part of the landscape. I locate the blind spots. I prepare the chaos. Vance unclipped a heavy nylon climbing rope from his tactical harness. He looped the line around a massive limestone pillar. He tossed the coils over the edge. Jackson slung the AR-15 across his back. He gripped the rough nylon fibers. He stepped backward into the void. The descent tore the scabs from his knuckles. He rappelled down the sheer face, his boots scraping the rock. He reached the narrow shelf. He swung his weight forward and dropped onto the stone ledge. The shelf measured 4 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The sandstone overhang pressed down, creating a claustrophobic cavern. Jackson unslung the rifle. He crawled to the edge of the shelf. He looked down at the empty canyon floor. The vantage point offered a god's-eye view of the kill zone. Vance followed. The bounty hunter slid down the rope with silent, practiced efficiency. He hit the shelf and hauled the rope down behind him, erasing the trail. The temperature plummeted another 10 degrees. Jackson shivered. A violent tremor racked his shoulders. His torn motocross jersey offered zero insulation against the biting wind. The shock of his injuries degraded his core temperature. Vance noticed the tremor. He removed his heavy canvas jacket. He tossed it to the boy. "Put it on," Vance said. Jackson caught the jacket. The fabric smelled of gun oil and old sweat. "You need it." "I possess a functioning metabolism," Vance said. "You possess massive trauma. Hypothermia degrades fine motor skills." Shivering hands missed the target. "Wear the canvas." Jackson slid his arms into the sleeves. The heavy material trapped his escaping body heat. The tremors subsided to a dull ache. Vance reached into a utility pouch on his chest rig. He extracted a vacuum-sealed plastic bag. He tore the top open with his teeth. He handed the bag to Jackson. "Eat," Vance commanded. Jackson looked inside. Strips of dark dried meat. "Venison jerky," Vance said. "High protein. Zero sugar. Your body requires fuel to generate heat. Chew it slow. Extract the salt." Jackson pulled a strip of meat from the plastic. He tore a piece off with his teeth. His fractured jaw screamed in protest, but he forced the muscle to work. He chewed the tough fibers. The salt hit his tongue, a sharp, necessary shock to his failing system. "The weight destroys the mind," Vance said. Vance sat cross-legged on the stone. He rested his hands on his knees. He projected absolute stillness. "Amateurs survive the firefight," Vance continued. "They die during the wait. The cold creeps into the bones. The brain invents phantoms. The trigger finger twitches. You must conquer the stillness." "I feel the cold," Jackson said. "Embrace the cold," Vance said. "Make it a weapon. The cold keeps you awake. It sharpens the senses. Do not fight the environment. Absorb it." Jackson chewed the jerky. He watched the bounty hunter. Vance resembled a statue carved from the limestone. He wasted zero energy. He radiated zero emotion. "You hold the chain," Vance said, his voice a low gravel rasp. "The monster starves on this ledge. You feed it ice. You feed it patience. When the trucks arrive, the monster screams for blood. You deny the request. You wait for my signal." "What constitutes the signal?" "Chaos," Vance said. A low rumble vibrated the limestone shelf. The sound originated miles away, a deep mechanical growl echoing through the labyrinth of the devil's backbone. The rumble amplified. The ground absorbed the heavy percussion of diesel engines pulling massive weight. Vance stood up. He moved to the edge of the shelf. He looked down the canyon. A faint yellow glow illuminated the distant rock walls. The headlight beams cut through the blackness, announcing the arrival of the apex predator. "They come," Jackson said. "Prepare the iron," Vance said. Jackson shifted his position. He lay flat on his stomach. He rested the handguard of the AR-15 on the lip of the stone shelf. He engaged the EOTech magnifier. He tucked the buttstock tight into the pocket of his shoulder. He closed his left eye. He stared through the glass. The glowing red dot hovered in the center of the dark canyon floor. Vance grabbed the rock wall. He swung his body over the edge of the shelf. He found a series of handholds, invisible in the gloom. He climbed down the vertical face, moving like a shadow detaching itself from the main rock. "I take the dirt," Vance whispered, his voice drifting up from the dark. "Hold the chain, kid." Vance vanished into the blackness of the canyon floor. Jackson remained alone on the ledge. He hugged the heavy canvas jacket around his bruised ribs. He stared through the optic. The yellow glow intensified. The roar of the engines became a physical force, rattling the loose shale on the ledge. The lead Dodge Ram breached the entrance of the box canyon. The glaring headlights swept across the hard-packed dirt, illuminating the towering limestone walls. The heavy F-450 followed, dragging the second silver gooseneck trailer. The Ford Raptor brought up the rear, the gunner sweeping the perimeter with the thermal sight. Jackson tracked the Raptor. He centered the red dot on the gunner's Kevlar helmet. His index finger rested flat against the forged aluminum receiver. The muscle memory screamed at him to pull the trigger. The monster rattled the cage, demanding the release. Jackson took a slow, freezing breath through his mouth. He tasted the copper blood. He felt the cold stone beneath his chest. He kept his finger off the trigger. He locked the chain. He watched the slaughterhouse roll into the box. Chapter 14. The diesel engines died. The sudden silence hit the box canyon with physical force. Jackson lay on the cold sandstone shelf. He kept his left eye pressed against the rubber cup of the EOTech magnifier. The red dot hovered over the canyon floor. Down in the dirt, Alberto Vargas orchestrated the encampment. The man moved with absolute authority, a massive silhouette barking clipped commands in Spanish. His crew operated with a practiced, military rhythm. They possessed zero fear of pursuit. They owned the dark zone. Two men unspooled a thick steel cable from a heavy winch mounted to the front bumper of the Dodge Ram. They stretched the cable across the rear of the canyon, anchoring it to a pair of jagged limestone pillars. They pulled the line taut, a high-tensile picket line. "Unload the cargo," Vargas commanded. His voice echoed off the rock walls, clear and sharp in the freezing air. The men dropped the heavy steel ramps of the gooseneck trailers. They waded into the cages. They dragged the mustangs out one by one. Jackson watched his horses step onto the hard-packed dirt. They looked broken. The chaotic transport stripped away their wild edge. White lather dried into crusty salt patterns across their coats. Their heads hung low. They lacked the strength to fight the frayed nylon halters. The rustlers tethered the 29 surviving horses to the steel picket line. They offered the animals zero water. They offered them zero feed. The mustangs represented raw currency, nothing more. Vargas pulled a heavy metal fire pit from the bed of the Dodge. He dropped it in the center of the canyon floor. He dumped a bundle of dry mesquite wood into the iron bowl. He doused the wood with a splash of diesel fuel from a red plastic jug. He struck a match. The fuel ignited with a hollow whump. Yellow flames leapt 5 feet into the air. The fire banished the shadows from the center of the camp. It illuminated the faces of the cartel crew. They looked tired, coated in a thick layer of pale limestone dust, but their eyes held the arrogance of total victory. Vargas retrieved a squat glass bottle from the cab of his truck. Premium tequila. He popped the cork. He took a long pull, the amber liquid flashing in the firelight. He passed the bottle to the man beside him. The crew relaxed. They leaned their short-barreled rifles against the front tires of the transport trucks. They gathered around the heat. Jackson observed the single exception to the relaxed discipline. The gunner in the Ford Raptor remained at his post. He stood in the truck bed, 50 yards back from the fire. He kept his hands near the spade grips of the FN mag belt-fed machine gun. He wore a monocular thermal optic strapped to his Kevlar helmet. He swept the rimrock in slow, steady arcs. Jackson pressed his body tighter against the stone shelf. The sandstone overhang shielded him from the thermal sweep. The rock absorbed his body heat, masking his signature. The wind shifted. It howled through the canyon entrance, funneled by the vertical walls. The temperature plummeted. The desert extracted a brutal toll on the motionless. Jackson's core temperature dropped. The heavy canvas jacket Vance provided trapped a fraction of his body heat, but it failed to block the creeping freeze entirely. The cold attacked his extremities first. His toes went numb inside his leather boots. His fingers turned stiff. A violent shiver racked his spine. The tremor traveled down his arms. The AR-15 vibrated against the stone. Jackson clamped his jaw shut. The shattered bone of his mandible ground together. He forced the tremor down, but the physiological reaction bypassed his willpower. Hypothermia degrades fine motor skills. A shaking finger cannot execute a precise trigger pull. A shaking sniper misses the target and alerts the camp. He needed fuel. He needed raw caloric heat. The venison jerky sat like a lump of lead in his cramped stomach. It lacked the immediate energy required to stoke his internal furnace. A faint scratching sound reached his ears. Jackson turned his head a fraction of an inch. He kept the rifle pointed at the canyon floor. He scanned the dark corner of the narrow shelf. A shape moved in the blackness. A black-tailed jackrabbit squeezed through a crack in the limestone wall. The animal sought shelter from the biting wind. It hopped onto the shelf, its long ears twitching, its nose testing the air. It sensed the human presence, but the cold overrode its terror. Jackson remembered the bounty hunter's lesson. Embrace the cold. Make it a weapon. Absorb the environment. A farm boy ignores the rabbit. A farm boy starves and shakes and misses the shot. A monster uses the tools provided by the dark. Jackson moved his right hand off the pistol grip of the rifle. He reached down to his belt. He unclipped the heavy folding knife Vance gave him. He thumbed the blade open. The lock clicked, a microscopic sound masked by the howling wind. He held the knife in his right hand. He kept his body perfectly still. He let the rabbit approach. The animal hopped closer, seeking the residual heat trapped beneath the sandstone overhang. It stopped 2 feet from Jackson's face. Jackson struck. He lunged with a sudden, explosive motion. He pinned the rabbit against the rock with his left forearm. The animal kicked, its powerful hind legs scratching at the sleeve of the canvas jacket. Jackson drove the heavy steel pommel of the folding knife down against the base of the rabbit's skull. The spine snapped. The animal went limp. Jackson wasted zero time. He operated with brutal, mechanical efficiency. He used the razor edge of the blade to open the skin across the rabbit's chest. He bypassed the meat. He sought the immediate rush of iron and protein. He lifted the carcass. He pressed his mouth against the open wound. The hot blood hit the back of his throat. It tasted of wild sage and raw copper. He swallowed. The heat hit his empty stomach like a physical blow. The primal fuel surged through his bloodstream. He consumed a strip of raw muscle from the flank. He chewed the tough meat, forcing it down. The violent shivering stopped. The raw protein ignited his metabolic furnace. His hands steadied. The numbness receded from his fingertips. The farm boy died on the stone ledge, replaced entirely by a predator perfectly adapted to the violent mathematics of the badlands. Jackson wiped his mouth with the back of his canvas sleeve. He pushed the rabbit carcass aside. He returned his right hand to the pistol grip of the AR-15. He placed his eye back against the optic. The red dot held dead center. Zero vibration. Absolute stillness. Down in the camp, the tequila bottle made a second rotation. The men laughed. The sound carried up the rock wall, a harsh, grating noise that fueled the dark ice in Jackson's veins. He searched the shadows beyond the firelight. He looked for the bounty hunter. Vance Corren possessed the ability to vanish. He wore no thermal masking gear, yet the Raptor gunner's sweeps passed over the canyon floor without pausing. Jackson tracked the perimeter of the camp. He studied the deep black voids between the transport rigs. A shadow detached itself from the front tire of the F-450. Jackson blinked. He refined his focus. The shadow lacked a distinct human shape. It hugged the dirt, moving with agonizing slowness. It flowed across the open ground, an inch at a time, timing its movements with the flickering flares of the mesquite fire. Vance. The bounty hunter bypassed the line of sight of the relaxed crew. He crawled beneath the chassis of the lead Dodge Ram. He bypassed the men standing around the fire pit. He moved toward the rear of the camp, targeting the Raptor and the belt-fed machine gun. Jackson understood the tactical geometry. Vance needed to neutralize the heavy weapon before initiating the primary assault. The FN mag represented total fire superiority. If that gun spun up, Vance died in the dirt and Jackson died on the ledge. Jackson adjusted his aim. He tracked the EOTech reticle off Vargas. He centered the red dot on the chest of the Raptor gunner. The gunner shifted his weight. He lowered the thermal optic from his eye. He reached into a cargo pocket and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. He tapped a white cylinder against the truck bed. He cupped his hand, flicking a butane lighter. The brief flare of the lighter illuminated the gunner's face. Boredom etched his features. He believed his position offered absolute security. Vance emerged from the shadows beneath the heavy gooseneck trailer. The bounty hunter stood up. He occupied the blind spot directly behind the Raptor's tailgate. He stepped onto the heavy steel bumper. He made zero noise. The suspension of the truck absorbed his weight without a single creak. Jackson held his breath. He kept the red dot pinned to the gunner's chest, ready to send a green-tip armor-piercing round through the man's heart if Vance slipped. Vance rose up behind the smoking gunner. The bounty hunter held the 6-inch serrated combat knife in a reverse grip. He clamped his left hand over the gunner's mouth, snapping the man's head back against his own chest. The cigarette tumbled from the gunner's lips, showering orange sparks across the truck bed. Vance drove the steel blade up and under the bottom edge of the Kevlar helmet, punching through the base of the skull, severing the brain stem. The gunner died instantly. Zero struggle. Zero noise. Vance lowered the dead weight to the floor of the truck bed. He laid the corpse flat. He grabbed the thermal optic helmet and set it beside the body. He took control of the FN mag machine gun. Vance gripped the spade handles. He rotated the heavy weapon on its tripod mount. He turned the muzzle away from the canyon entrance. He pointed the belt-fed machine gun directly at the center of the cartel camp. Jackson exhaled a long, silent stream of white vapor. The board reset. The heavy gun belonged to the hunters. The blind spot vanished. Vargas took another pull from the tequila bottle. He wiped his beard. He remained oblivious to the execution 50 yards behind his back. He believed he held the leash. Vance crouched in the bed of the Raptor. He looked up at the sandstone ledge. He could not see Jackson in the dark, but he knew the boy watched through the glass. Vance reached into a utility pouch. He extracted a cylindrical object, a flashbang grenade. Jackson tightened his grip on the rifle. The wait ended. The monster demanded the release. Jackson locked his finger around the trigger. He centered the red dot on the broad chest of Alberto Vargas. The chaos approached. Chapter 15. The mesquite fire popped. A shower of orange sparks spiraled into the freezing air, caught the canyon updraft, and died against the black limestone walls. Jackson lay frozen on the sandstone ledge. The canvas jacket trapped his body heat, but the cold stone sucked the warmth from his bones. He kept his left eye pressed to the rubber cup of the EOTech magnifier. The holographic red dot rested on the broad chest of Alberto Vargas. Down in the dirt, the tequila bottle completed a third rotation. The rustlers dropped their guard. The fire provided a false sense of absolute security. The high rock walls offered a fortress. The heavy transport trucks blocked the single exit. Vargas wiped his beard with the back of a thick hand. He stared into the flames. A primal, survival-driven instinct twitched in the cartel boss's eyes. Men who live by the sword develop a sixth sense for the blade. Vargas felt the weight of the dark zone. He turned his massive head. He looked past the fire, staring into the pitch-black void holding the rear of the camp. "Radio check," Vargas commanded. His voice cut through the crackle of the burning wood. A man sitting on an overturned plastic bucket keyed a radio clipped to his plate carrier. Static hissed from the external speaker. The man spoke into the microphone. He waited. Zero response. The Ford Raptor sat parked in the shadows, 50 yards away. The FN Mag machine gun rested silent on its tripod. The gunner lay dead in the truck bed, his brain stem severed by Vance Corren's combat knife. "Nothing from the rear guard," the radio man said. Vargas set the tequila bottle in the dust. The relaxed atmosphere evaporated. The tension returned to the camp, a sudden electric charge altering the posture of every man by the fire. "Mateo," Vargas barked. "Walk the perimeter. Check the truck." The idiot drains his radio battery, listening to music. "Wake him up." A lean, angular man stepped away from the warmth of the fire pit. Mateo carried an M4 carbine, equipped with a heavy infrared laser module. He reached up to his Kevlar helmet. He flipped a single-tube PVS-14 night vision optic down over his right eye. The optic hummed. A faint green glow illuminated Mateo's cheekbone. Mateo left the firelight. He marched into the shadows, his boots crunching the hard-packed limestone dirt. He swept the muzzle of his rifle in wide arcs, letting the green phosphor lens pierce the dark. From his elevated perch, Jackson tracked the sentry. He shifted the barrel of the AR-15 a fraction of an inch. The red dot floated off Vargas and settled between Mateo's shoulder blades. Jackson applied half a pound of pressure to the trigger. He prepared to drop the sentry. A shadow moved across Jackson's optic. Vance Corren detached himself from the front tire of the silver gooseneck trailer. The bounty hunter wore the darkness like a tailored suit. He possessed zero electronic optics, yet he navigated the chaotic terrain of the camp with predatory grace. Vance observed Mateo's approach. He recognized the green glow of the PVS-14. Night vision provides a massive tactical advantage in open terrain. It turns night into day. But the technology demands a severe biological price. The tube destroys peripheral vision. It eliminates depth perception. It forces the human eye into a narrow two-dimensional tunnel. Vance exploited the tunnel. He stepped behind a stacked pair of spare truck tires resting in the dirt. He vanished from Mateo's direct line of sight. He waited for the sentry to pass. Jackson held his breath. He kept the crosshairs locked on Mateo. If Vance missed his strike, Jackson needed to punch an armor-piercing round through the sentry's spine before the man pulled his own trigger. Mateo walked past the spare tires. He kept his eye glued to the optic, scanning the Ford Raptor 20 yards ahead. He expected a sleeping colleague. He anticipated zero resistance in the heart of his own camp. Vance stepped from the void. The bounty hunter moved with explosive, silent violence. He closed the 3-foot gap in a heartbeat. Vance did not use the blade. He sought absolute silence, and a stabbing victim screams. A stabbing victim thrashes and kicks the dirt. Vance swung his right arm in a tight, brutal arc. He gripped the heavy combat knife by the steel blade, turning the weapon into a blunt instrument. He drove the solid steel pommel of the handle into the base of Mateo's skull, striking the precise junction of the occipital bone and the cervical vertebrae. The impact sounded like a hammer striking a thick melon. Mateo's brain short-circuited. His nervous system shut down. His knees buckled. Before the sentry hit the dirt, Vance snaked his left arm around the man's throat. He caught the dead weight. He lowered Mateo to the canyon floor, controlling the descent, preventing the heavy M4 carbine from clattering against the rocks. Vance laid the unconscious man in the dust. He stripped the night vision optic from the helmet. He crushed the fragile glass lens under the heel of his boot, grinding the expensive electronics into useless powder. He dragged Mateo by the collar of his plate carrier. He hauled the body into the deep shadows beneath the gooseneck trailer, hiding the evidence from the men at the fire pit. Jackson exhaled. The tension released its grip on his chest. He wiped a drop of sweat from his eyebrow, ignoring the freezing wind. The bounty hunter dismantled the cartel perimeter one piece at a time. The old-school violence defeated the modern technology. Vance did not pause to celebrate the takedown. He maintained his momentum. He left the shadows of the trailer. He crept toward the steel picket line. 29 Mustangs stood tethered to the high-tensile cable. They smelled the ozone, the diesel fuel, and the underlying scent of blood originating from the dead men in the shadows. The animals shifted on their hooves, their ears pinned back, their muscles coiled with raw panic. Vance approached the herd. He kept his posture low. He kept his hands open and visible. He moved with a slow, deliberate rhythm, broadcasting zero aggression toward the animals. A massive blue roan gelding tossed its head, rolling its eyes, showing the whites in the dark. The horse prepared to scream. Vance placed a steady hand on the roan's thick neck. He applied firm, downward pressure. He traced the heavy muscle along the crest. The horse shuddered, blowing a sharp burst of air through its nostrils, but it accepted the touch. The animal recognized a different kind of predator. A predator focused on the wolves, not the herd. Vance slipped past the horses. He reached the front bumper of the lead Dodge Ram. The truck served as the anchor for the entire camp. A massive worn winch sat bolted to a custom steel brush guard. The thick braided steel cable spooled out from the drum, stretching across the canyon, supporting the weight of 29 desperate horses. The line held 1,000 pounds of tension. Vance inspected the mechanism. The ambient firelight provided enough illumination to read the engineering. A heavy cast-iron locking pawl engaged the gear teeth on the drum, preventing the spool from unwinding. Vance grabbed the manual release lever. He applied his body weight. The lever refused to move. The massive tension binding the cable locked the iron pawl in place. Releasing the line by hand required a specialized tool or a complete lack of mechanical load. Vance possessed neither. He required a violent alternative. He drew his Glock 19 from the Kydex hip holster. He inspected the cast-iron housing of the locking pawl. Iron is hard, but iron is brittle. It shatters under acute, high-velocity impact. Vance pressed the cylindrical suppressor of the pistol flat against the iron housing. He aligned the muzzle with the central pivot pin of the locking mechanism. One shot. A 9mm hollow-point bullet possesses enough kinetic energy to crack the housing and blow the pin out the backside. The catastrophic failure of the pawl frees the drum. The drum spins. The picket line drops. The horses run. Vance held the pistol in place with his right hand. He reached to the utility pouch on his chest rig with his left hand. He extracted the steel cylinder of the flashbang grenade. He looked up toward the sandstone ledge. The darkness hid the boy, but Vance knew Jackson held the angle. Vance knew the EOTech red dot hovered over the fire pit. The sniper waited for the signal. Vance hooked his left index finger through the metal pull ring of the grenade. 50 yards away, Vargas lost his patience. The cartel boss kicked the iron fire pit with the toe of his boot. A cloud of sparks plumed into the air. "Mateo," Vargas roared. His voice carried a lethal edge. "Report." The silence from the shadows answered him. Vargas drew the suppressed Glock from his holster. He racked the slide. "Something hunts us," Vargas said to the men around the fire. "Establish a perimeter. Light the canyon. Find the breach." 4 cartel soldiers grabbed their rifles. They slapped magazines into the mag wells. 2 men rushed toward the cab of the F-450, intending to hit the high-beam headlights and flood the canyon floor with illumination. The window of opportunity closed. The element of surprise possessed a shelf life of 5 seconds. Vance yanked the pull ring. The metal pin slid free. The safety spoon sprang away from the grenade body. Vance possessed 2 seconds before detonation. He hurled the steel cylinder over the hood of the Dodge Ram. He threw it with a high, looping trajectory, aiming for the center of the hard-packed dirt between the trucks and the fire pit. He returned his left hand to the grip of the Glock. He braced his arms. He prepared to shatter the iron pall and unleash the herd. On the ledge, Jackson saw the dark cylinder tumble through the firelight. He tightened his grip on the AR-15. He locked his jaw. He fed the monster the final block of ice. The trap reached its apex. The reckoning approached. Chapter 16. The steel cylinder struck the hard pan. It bounced once, a hollow metallic clink lost under the shouts of the cartel crew. The 2 soldiers reached the door of the F-450. They grabbed the handle. The magnesium charge ignited. The detonation ruptured the night. 7 million candela of blinding white light erased the shadows, stripping the canyon of its darkness. 170 decibels of pure kinetic force slammed against the vertical limestone walls and bounced back, a physical shockwave of sound. The concussive blast knocked the 2 soldiers off their feet. They hit the dirt, clutching their heads, their weapons forgotten. Blood leaked from their ruptured tympanic membranes. The men around the fire pit dropped to their knees, blinded, their inner ears destroyed, their equilibrium shattered. Vance pulled the trigger of the Glock. The suppressed pistol coughed. The 9mm hollow-point round struck the cast-iron locking pawl on the Dodge Ram's winch. The iron shattered into jagged shrapnel. The catastrophic failure released the heavy drum. The drum spun free, emitting a high-pitched metallic scream as the gears stripped. The high-tensile steel cable snapped toward the dirt, shedding 1,000 pounds of tension in a microsecond. 29 Mustangs felt the slack. The explosion destroyed their remaining sanity. The blinding flash and the deafening boom triggered millions of years of prey instinct. The herd surged forward as a single, massive organism. 30 tons of bone, dense muscle, and iron horseshoes charged the fire pit. They sought escape. They sought the open desert. The cartel camp stood directly in their path. On the sandstone ledge, Jackson flinched. The flashbang washed out the holographic red dot, flooding the optic with absolute white glare. He blinked the blindness away. He kept his finger on the trigger. The green phosphor returned, cutting through the electronic distortion. The canyon floor transformed into a hurricane of pulverized limestone, fire, and charging animals. Through the swirling dust, Jackson spotted a cartel soldier near the center of the camp. The man scrambled to his knees. He raised a short-barreled rifle, aiming blind into the charging wall of horseflesh, preparing to cut the animals down. A farm boy hesitates. A monster executes. Jackson squeezed the trigger. The AR-15 bucked against his shoulder. The recoil punched his bruised ribs. The green-tip armor-piercing round crossed 50 yards of empty air. It struck the soldier dead center in his chest plate. The kinetic energy shattered the ceramic armor and pierced the heart. The man collapsed backward into the dust, his finger clenching his own trigger, sending a burst of wild automatic fire straight up into the black sky. The mustangs hit the camp. They trampled the iron fire pit. Burning mesquite logs scattered across the dirt. The flames ignited a spilled puddle of diesel fuel. A wall of orange fire erupted near the rear wheels of the F-450, casting chaotic dancing shadows against the canyon walls. The horses crashed into the scattered camp chairs, the plastic coolers, and the panicked men. Hooves the size of dinner plates crushed bone and pulverized flesh. A rustler tried to run toward the safety of the rocky perimeter. A massive blue roan gelding hit him square in the back. The impact launched the man into the heavy steel grille of the Dodge Ram. His spine snapped. He slid down the chrome bumper and vanished beneath the churning hooves. Vance Corren rode the chaos. He holstered the Glock. He unslung the AR-15 from his chest. He did not run. He stalked through the choking dust and the thick black diesel smoke. He let the horses do the heavy lifting. He operated inside the maelstrom, invisible to the blinded, deafened survivors. He sought the apex predator. He sought Vargas. Alberto Vargas possessed the survival instinct of a cornered bear. The flashbang blinded him, but he kept his feet. He fired his suppressed pistol into the dust, creating a perimeter of blind lead. He grabbed the massive front tire of his Dodge Ram, finding an anchor in the storm. The herd split around the heavy iron of the truck, an ocean of muscle breaking against a steel breakwater. Horses slammed against the fenders, denting the metal, shattering the side mirrors. Vargas wiped his streaming eyes. The white spots faded, replaced by the orange glare of the burning diesel fuel. He saw the bodies of his men trampled in the dirt. He saw the empty picket line. He realized the scope of the assault. A massive, coordinated strike. Vargas abandoned his men. He abandoned the stolen cargo. He required a heavy weapon to reclaim the night. He turned his back on the stampede. He sprinted toward the rear of the camp, aiming for the Ford Raptor and the FN Mag belt-fed machine gun. Vance tracked the movement. He watched the cartel boss run for the heavy artillery. Vance raised his AR-15. He placed the red dot on Vargas's broad back. He prepared to end the contract. He prepared to earn the $50,000. A shadow dropped from the sky. A massive section of the sandstone overhang above Jackson's ledge sheared loose, weakened by the concussive wave of the flashbang. A boulder the size of a kitchen table plummeted toward the canyon floor. It smashed into the dirt 10 feet from Vance. The impact kicked up a dense, impenetrable cloud of limestone dust, blinding Vance's night vision optic. The green phosphor screen flared and washed out into a sea of static. Vance lowered the rifle. He flipped the optic up. He relied on his naked eyes, squinting through the choking cloud of rock dust and smoke. Vargas reached the tailgate of the Ford Raptor. He vaulted into the truck bed. He grabbed the spade grips of the FN Mag. He squeezed the butterfly trigger. The heavy machine gun roared to life. A 3-foot tongue of yellow flame erupted from the muzzle. The weapon spat 7.62 mm NATO rounds at a cyclic rate of 800 rounds per minute. Vargas swept the barrel across the canyon floor. He fired blind into the dust cloud, cutting a scythe of lead through the smoke. Tracer rounds ignited the air, burning bright red lines across the dark. The heavy bullets punched through the side of the silver gooseneck trailer, tearing jagged holes in the aluminum. They struck the limestone walls, showering the camp with razor-sharp rock splinters. Vance dove for the dirt. He hit the hardpan. He low-crawled behind the shattered engine block of the F-450. Heavy rounds slammed into the truck's chassis inches above his head, tearing through the metal like wet paper. Up on the ledge, Jackson heard the deafening roar of the heavy machine gun. The rock dust from the fallen boulder drifted up the canyon wall, obscuring his optic. He wiped the glass with his thumb. He searched the truck bed of the Raptor. He saw the muzzle flashes. He saw Vargas standing behind the gun, spraying death into the camp, trying to cut Vance Corren in half. Jackson locked his jaw. He centered his reticle on the muzzle flashes. He placed the red dot over the dark silhouette operating the weapon. Jackson squeezed the trigger. Click. The AR-15 produced a hollow, metallic snap. A dead trigger. Jackson racked the charging handle. The bolt carrier group pulled a crumpled, unfired brass cartridge from the chamber. A double feed malfunction. The dust and the cold caused a catastrophic failure in the feeding mechanism. The bolt jammed halfway forward, locking the weapon tight. Jackson pounded the forward assist. He slapped the magazine. The bolt refused to seat. The rifle transformed into an expensive aluminum club. Down in the camp, Vargas adjusted his aim. He tracked the machine gun fire toward the front of the F-450, chewing through the tires, walking the line of destruction directly toward Vance's position. Jackson dropped the jammed rifle. He abandoned the sniper overwatch. The tactical geometry failed. The monster required a different approach. He grabbed the heavy nylon climbing rope anchored to the limestone pillar. He did not rappel. He wrapped the rope around his leather gloves and jumped. He slid down the sheer rock face, free-falling the last 15 feet. He hit the canyon floor hard. The impact sent a shockwave of agony through his broken knees and shattered ribs. He rolled in the dirt, absorbing the momentum. He scrambled to his feet. He stood in the blind spot behind the Ford Raptor. Vargas continued his suppressive fire, the deafening roar of the machine gun masking the sound of the boy dropping from the sky. Empty brass casings rained down on the metal floor of the truck bed, forming a gleaming, lethal carpet. Jackson reached to his belt. He drew the heavy folding knife. He locked the blade open. He grabbed the tailgate of the Raptor. He pulled himself up. He climbed into the bed of the truck, stepping over the dead body of the original gunner. Vargas stood 2 feet away, his back turned, his shoulders shaking with the recoil of the heavy weapon. Jackson lunged. He drove the steel blade toward the gap between the cartel boss's Kevlar helmet and his ceramic backplate. The farm boy brought the butcher's bill directly to the monster. Chapter 17. The steel blade sought the vulnerable gap between the Kevlar helmet and the ceramic backplate. Jackson drove his entire body weight behind the thrust. He committed absolute, reckless momentum to the kill. Alberto Vargas shifted his stance. The cartel boss tracked a phantom target in the dust cloud with the heavy machine gun pivoting his hips. The sudden movement altered the geometry of his armor. The folding knife missed the spinal cord. The steel punched through the tactical fabric of the combat shirt. It struck the edge of the ceramic plate, deflecting upward. The blade sliced a deep, jagged trench through the thick trapezius muscle of Vargas's right shoulder. Vargas roared. He released the spade grips of the FN mag. The deafening, mechanical rhythm of the machine gun died. The ringing silence slammed back into the canyon. Vargas spun. He ignored the blood pouring down his back. He dropped his center of gravity. He swept his massive left arm in a brutal horizontal arc. The forearm caught Jackson flush in the chest. The impact resembled a collision with a swinging steel beam. Jackson launched backward. His boots left the truck bed. He flew through the air and crashed against the opposite metal sidewall of the Ford Raptor. He crumpled to the floorboards. A carpet of spent 7.62mm brass casings coated the ribbed steel bed. The empty cartridges retained the scorching heat of the firing chamber. The hot brass pressed against the exposed skin of Jackson's arms and his torn ribs. The metal seared perfect, circular burns into his flesh. Jackson gasped, fighting a paralyzed diaphragm. He retained his grip on the folding knife. He tried to push himself upright. His broken body refused the command. Vargas loomed over him. The cartel boss filled the night sky, a towering silhouette backlit by the orange glare of the burning diesel fuel. Vargas reached to his hip. He drew the suppressed Glock 19. He pointed the black muzzle at Jackson's face. "Farm boy," Vargas rasps. Blood flecked his thick beard. "You possess terrible timing." Jackson stared down the barrel. He saw the rifling inside the steel tube. He anticipated the flash. He fed the monster a final block of ice, accepting the end of the equation. A shadow exploded over the Raptor's tailgate. Vance Corren bypassed the truck bed entirely. He vaulted over the steel rim, launching himself feet first. He drove his heavy leather boots square into the center of Vargas's back. The kinetic transfer shattered Vargas's balance. The massive man pitched forward. Vargas pulled the trigger. The suppressed shot coughed. The flinch pulled his aim wide. The 9mm hollow point round punched a ragged hole through the aluminum sidewall of the truck, missing Jackson's head by 2 inches. Vance landed in the brass. He rolled, shedding the momentum. He sprang to his feet. Vargas caught himself against the side of the truck. He turned, raising the pistol to engage the new threat. Vance closed the distance. He grabbed the cylindrical suppressor of the Glock with his left hand. The superheated metal scorched the leather of his tactical glove. He ignored the burn. He twisted the weapon upward, forcing the muzzle toward the stars. Vance drove the heel of his right palm into Vargas's face. He bypassed the jaw. He targeted the bridge of the nose. Bone crunched under the impact. Blood sprayed across the tactical armor. Vargas stumbled backward. He tripped over the legs of the dead machine gunner lying in the truck bed. He fell hard, hitting the ribbed steel floor with a massive thud. The Glock clattered into the pile of hot brass. Vance stepped over the cartel boss. He planted his left boot on Vargas's massive chest. He drew his own Glock from the Kydex holster. He pressed the muzzle tight against the center of Vargas's forehead. The physical struggle ended. The canyon fires crackled. "Breathe shallow, Alberto," Vance commanded. Vargas stared up at the bounty hunter. He blinked the blood from his eyes. He recognized the man holding the gun. The arrogant sneer returned to his ruined face, fighting the pain of the shattered nose. "Corren," Vargas spat. "You leave a messy trail." "I clean the messes of others," Vance said. Jackson pushed himself up from the floorboards. He leaned against the side of the truck, clutching his bruised ribs. He gripped the bloody folding knife in his right hand. He stared at the man pinned to the steel. Vargas shifted his gaze to the boy. He offered a wet, broken laugh. "You brought a puppy to a wolf fight, Corren," Vargas said. "The puppy bypassed your sentries," Vance said. "The puppy neutralized your overwatch. You operate a sloppy camp, Alberto. You rely on fear. Fear dies when the lights go out." Vargas coughed. "Sterling pays 50,000 for my head. You want the gold." "I intend to collect," Vance said. "Sterling demands a corpse," Vargas said. "He pays for proof of death." "Sterling pays for results," Vance said. "A severed head fits in a cooler. A breathing captive fits in a jail cell." The payout remains identical. Vance stepped back. He lowered the Glock. He kept the weapon trained on Vargas's center mass, but he removed the immediate threat of execution. Vance looked at Jackson. He gestured toward the cartel boss with his chin. "He belongs to you," Vance said. Jackson stared at the bounty hunter. He processed the shift in the dynamic. Vance offered him the final play. Vance handed him the leash. Jackson stepped forward. His boots crunched on the spent brass. He stood over Vargas. He looked at the man who commanded the ambush. He looked at the man who wrapped a yellow nylon toe strap around his fist and beat him into the dirt. He looked at the man who placed a pistol against the white star of the sorrel mare and pulled the trigger. The rage flooded Jackson's nervous system. The monster roared, demanding the release. The math felt simple. A life for a life. Blood for blood. He raised the folding knife. The firelight caught the wet, crimson edge of the steel blade. "Do it, farm boy," Vargas taunted. The cartel boss showed zero fear. He invited the violence. He thrived in it. "Show me the monster. Cut my throat. Burn your boots." Jackson stared into Vargas's eyes. He saw absolute, hollow emptiness. He saw a man devoid of a soul, a creature built entirely of violence and commerce. Jackson's grip tightened on the knife handle. His knuckles turned white. He envisioned the strike. He pictured the blade sinking into the carotid artery. He felt the phantom spray of hot blood. He remembered the lesson on the sandstone ledge. To beat a man like Vargas, you must become a monster. You lock a spiked collar around the monster's neck. You hold the leash. Killing Vargas in the heat of combat represented self-defense. Executing a disarmed, pinned man in the bed of a truck represented something else entirely. It validated the law of the dark zone. It made Jackson an apex predator. It made him exact replica of the man lying in the brass. It erased the farm. Jackson looked at the bloody knife. He saw his own reflection distorted in the steel. He hated the reflection. He closed the blade. The lock snapped shut with a sharp click. He clipped the knife back onto his belt. "A monster operates without a brain," Jackson said. His voice lacked the raw, ragged edge of his earlier panic. It resonated with cold, absolute certainty. A monster kills because it lacks the discipline to stop. Vargas stared at the boy. The taunting sneer vanished. Confusion replaced the arrogance. The cartel boss understood execution. He failed to comprehend mercy. "I prefer the farm," Jackson said. Jackson turned his back on the cartel boss. He leaned against the tailgate of the Raptor, facing the burning canyon. Vance Corren offered a microscopic nod. The boy passed the final test. He retained the leash. He conquered the dark zone without surrendering his humanity to it. Vance holstered his Glock. He retrieved a pair of heavy-duty zip ties from the tactical webbing of his chest rig. "Roll over on your stomach, Alberto," Vance commanded. Vargas hesitated. He calculated the odds of a sudden counterattack. He looked at the bounty hunter's balanced stance. He recognized the futility. He rolled onto his stomach, groaning, as the deep knife wound in his shoulder ground against the ribbed steel floor. Vance grabbed Vargas's wrists. He crossed them behind the massive back. He slipped the thick plastic ties around the wrists and pulled them tight. The plastic teeth zipped with a ratcheting sound, locking the hands in an inescapable bind. Vance secured the ankles next. He hog-tied the cartel boss, rendering the massive man immobile. "You take me alive," Vargas stated. He pressed his bleeding cheek against the brass casings. "I take you breathing," Vance said. "Breathing men walk. I refuse to drag 250 pounds of dead weight out of this canyon." Vance left Vargas in the truck bed. He joined Jackson at the tailgate. They surveyed the aftermath of the mechanical stampede. The fire consumed the spilled diesel fuel, reducing the blaze to a cluster of smoldering orange embers. The harsh white light of the flashbang faded into memory. The canyon returned to the shadows. The 30 mustangs vanished. The high tensile picket line hung limp in the dirt. The cartel camp resembled a war zone. The heavy F-450 sat with shattered windows and shredded tires, destroyed by Vargas's own suppressive machine gun fire. The bodies of the crew lay scattered in the dirt, broken by the stampede or dropped by the precision rifle fire. Silence reclaimed the devil's backbone. The herd scattered, Jackson said. He stared at the empty canyon floor. The reality of the financial loss settled over him, cold and heavy. They ran back into the breaks. They vanish by morning. Mustangs run, Vance said. They run until the fear leaves their blood. Then they seek water. They seek familiar ground. The Vanguard gates sit 20 miles west, Jackson said. The ranch sits 20 miles east. The contract dies tonight. We secure the objective, Vance said. He gestured a thumb backward toward the hog-tied cartel boss. We possess $50,000 of untraceable currency sitting in the truck bed. You pay the bank. You keep the dirt. Jackson looked at Vance. The farm boy processed the mathematics. The bounty hunter offered a full share of the blood money. You did the killing, Jackson said. You claimed the bounty. We hunted as a team, Vance corrected. I claim the kill. You hold the chain. The payout splits. 25 buys the ranch. 25 fuels my truck. Jackson touched his bruised ribs. He felt the agonizing grind of the fractured bone. He felt the dried blood caked on his face. He survived the dark zone. He saved the land. He looked toward the dark mouth of the box canyon. We need a vehicle, Jackson said. The Dodge Ram took 0 structural damage, Vance said. The engine runs. We load your brothers into the cab. We load Vargas into the bed. We drive out of the brakes. My brothers, Jackson whispered. The adrenaline receded. The memory of the 3 broken bodies left behind in the narrow pass rushed back into his skull. Finn, clutching his shattered jaw. Cole bleeding from a massive head contusion. We find them, Vance said. We load them up. We hit the blacktop. We deliver the garbage to Commander Sterling. Vance hopped down from the tailgate. He walked toward the idling Dodge Ram. Jackson stood in the bed of the Raptor. He looked at the stars emerging in the cold desert sky above the limestone rimrock. The dead grid offered total darkness, but the darkness no longer held any terror. He understood the monsters now. He knew how to break them. He climbed out of the truck. He hit the dirt. He limped toward the glowing embers of the fire, ready to begin the long drive home. Chapter 18. 250 pounds of dead weight resists movement. Vance grabbed the heavy tactical webbing of Alberto Vargas's plate carrier. He hauled the cartel boss toward the tailgate of the Dodge Ram. Vargas groaned, his bound wrists grinding against the ribbed steel floor of the Ford Raptor. The deep knife trench in his shoulder leaked dark fluid across the brass casings. Grab the belt, Vance commanded. Jackson holstered his folding knife. He stepped beside the massive legs. He hooked his fingers under the heavy leather gun belt wrapped around Vargas's waist. The boy lacked the leverage, and his broken ribs protested, but he locked his knees and lifted. They swung Vargas over the gap between the 2 trucks. They dropped him into the bed of the Dodge. Vargas hit the corrugated steel with a heavy thud. He thrashed, trying to roll onto his back. Vance stepped into the truck bed. He planted the heel of his boot between Vargas's shoulder blades, pinning the man flat against the metal. You bleed out before we reach the highway, Vance said. Let me bleed, Vargas spat. He coughed, spraying red mist over the steel. My men find you. They skin you. Vance reached down. He grabbed the fabric of Vargas's combat shirt. He tore a long strip from the hem. He stuffed the dirty, oil-stained cloth into the cartel boss's mouth. He tied a secondary strip around Vargas's head, securing the gag. The threats ceased. Only muffled, angry grunts escaped the bound man. Vance hopped down from the tailgate. He walked to the driver's side door of the Dodge Ram. He pulled the handle. The door swung open. The interior smelled of stale cigarette smoke, spilled energy drinks, and cheap cologne. Vance slid behind the steering wheel. He checked the instrument cluster. The fuel gauge read 3/4 full. The keys hung in the ignition, dangling from a silver skull keychain. He twisted the key. The Cummins turbo diesel engine caught fire. 6 cylinders of heavy iron roared to life, shaking the massive chassis. Black exhaust plumed from the tailpipe. Vance hit the headlight switch. The high beams ignited, cutting a brilliant white tunnel through the choking dust of the box canyon. Jackson stood in the dirt. He stared at the weapon he dropped earlier. The AR-15 lay in the pulverized limestone, coated in white powder. Jackson bent down. He picked up the rifle. He brushed the heavy dust from the receiver. He examined the open ejection port. A mangled brass cartridge sat wedged tight between the bolt face and the chamber wall. A classic double-feed malfunction. The desert environment exacted a toll on tight military tolerances. Jackson pressed the magazine release. He stripped the polymer magazine from the magwell. He jammed 2 fingers into the ejection port. He pried the crushed brass casing free. He racked the charging handle 3 times, clearing the chamber. He slapped the magazine back into the weapon. He pulled the charging handle rearward and let it snap forward, seating a fresh green tip round in the breech. He engaged the safety. He walked to the passenger side of the Dodge. He climbed into the cab. He rested the heavy rifle across his lap. Vance shifted the transmission into drive. He steered the heavy truck in a tight arc, navigating the wreckage of the cartel camp. The tires crushed the scattered mesquite logs of the fire pit. They rolled past the bodies of the rustlers. They left the box canyon. The Dodge entered the dry wash. The deep sand grabbed the tires, fighting the forward momentum, but the 4-wheel drive system bit into the earth. The diesel engine grunted, providing massive low-end torque. The truck plowed through the obstacle. The heater blasted hot air through the dashboard vents. Jackson huddled in the passenger seat. He kept the heavy canvas jacket zipped tight to his chin. The artificial heat melted the ice in his joints, but it brought a new kind of agony. The restored circulation triggered the nerve endings in his bruised ribs and his shattered face. His entire body throbbed with a dull, rhythmic fire. He stared through the windshield. The white headlight beams illuminated the narrow limestone walls. They scattered, Jackson said. His voice sounded hollow over the roar of the diesel engine. The Mustangs, Vance said. 30 head of foundation stock, Jackson said. Generations of breeding. My father built that line. We lost them to the dark. You retained your pulse, Vance said. He kept his eyes locked on the twisting trail. You retained the deed to the ranch. Livestock represents a replaceable asset. Bloodlines end. Men rebuild. We lack the capital to rebuild. You possess $25,000 sitting in the truck bed, Vance reminded him. Sterling pays the bounty. You pay the bank. You buy new breeding stock. You start over. Jackson looked out the side window. The blackness rushing past the glass offered zero comfort. He failed the herd. He broke his brothers. The money felt like ash in his mouth. The Dodge reached the bottleneck. The headlight beams swept across the narrow gap. The light caught the dark, unmoving shape abandoned against the canyon wall. The sorrel mare. Jackson turned his head away. He stared at the dashboard. He refused to look at the mutilated carcass. He locked the memory of the gunshot and the bloody knife away in the vault. The monster inside him required strict containment. Vance steered the truck past the dead animal. He offered zero commentary. The desert demanded a brutal tax, and Vance understood the cost of doing business in the Badlands. They cleared the dry wash. They began the steep descent back toward the original ambush site. The Dodge crawled down the jagged limestone grade. The tires slipped on the loose shale, the anti-lock braking system shuddering beneath Vance's heavy boot. Gravity pulled the massive vehicle toward the canyon floor. Vance navigated the final switchback. The headlights illuminated the wreckage of the Hayes convoy. The rusted F-350 sat pinned against the rock face, the engine block shredded by the heavy machine gun. The jackknifed gooseneck trailer blocked the trail. Vance parked the Dodge 20 yards from the wreckage. He left the diesel engine idling. He hit the emergency brake. Jackson pushed his door open before the truck stopped moving. He hit the dirt. He ignored the shooting pain in his left knee. He ran toward the dark shadows beneath the canyon wall. "Finn!" Jackson shouted. A shape shifted in the darkness. Jackson pulled a small penlight from his pocket. He clicked the button. The narrow beam cut through the gloom. Finn sat in the dirt, exactly where Jackson left him. The younger brother leaned against the cold limestone. He cradled Cole's head in his lap. The makeshift jersey bandages remained tight around Finn's jaw, locking the shattered bones in place. Finn raised a hand to block the glare of the penlight. Jackson dropped to his knees. He examined his brothers. Cole looked worse. The massive contusion on the side of his skull expanded, stretching the skin tight and shiny. The bruised tissue turned a deep, necrotic black. Jackson leaned close. He listened to Cole's breathing. The rhythm terrified him. Cole inhaled 3 rapid, shallow breaths, followed by 10 seconds of absolute terrifying silence. Then a sudden, gasping intake of air. Shane Stokes' respiration. The brainstem struggled to maintain basic autonomic functions. "He fades," Jackson whispered. Finn offered a rigid nod. The boy's eyes communicated sheer, unfiltered panic above the bloody bandages binding his jaw. Vance approached the group. He carried a heavy canvas medical kit, salvaged from the cartel truck. He knelt beside Cole. He placed 2 fingers against the boy's carotid artery. "Steady pulse," Vance said. The intracranial pressure builds. The swelling compresses the brain tissue against the skull. "He needs a surgeon," Jackson said. "He needs an operating table," Vance corrected. "He needs a drill to relieve the pressure. We possess neither. We possess the truck." "We burn diesel," Vance said. He stood up. He grabbed the handles of the heavy medical kit. "Lift him. Keep his spine straight. Keep his head elevated." Jackson and Vance positioned themselves on either side of Cole. Finn scrambled out of the way, clutching his broken jaw. They slid their arms under the unconscious boy. They moved with extreme, deliberate care. They lifted Cole from the dirt. The boy felt weightless, his body drained of all vitality. They carried him to the Dodge Ram. Vance opened the rear door of the crew cab. They maneuvered Cole onto the wide leather bench seat, keeping his head propped against a bundled tactical jacket. Finn climbed into the back seat. He sat beside his twin. He placed his hand over Cole's chest, feeling for the erratic heartbeat. Jackson shut the rear door. He turned to Vance. "How far to the Vanguard gates?" Jackson asked. 15 miles of broken trail," Vance said. "Then 20 miles of blacktop. The grid remains dark. The state highway offers 0 traffic. Drive fast." "I drive smart," Vance said. I snap an axle on this limestone, we walk. We walk, your brother dies in the dirt. Vance walked to the tailgate. He checked the cartel boss. Vargas remained hog-tied, the dirty gag stuffed in his mouth. The bleeding from his shoulder wound slowed, coagulating in the freezing air. The man possessed the constitution of a rhinoceros. Vance slammed the tailgate shut. He returned to the driver's seat. Jackson climbed into the passenger side. He rested the AR-15 between his knees. Vance threw the transmission into gear. The heavy truck lurched forward. He steered around the wrecked F-350, putting the tires on the extreme edge of the limestone drop-off to bypass the jackknife trailer. The steel bumper scraped the rock wall, throwing a shower of orange sparks into the night. They cleared the bottleneck. The trail opened up, descending toward the desert floor. Vance pressed the accelerator. The turbo spooled, a high-pitched whine cutting through the roar of the cylinders. The truck picked up speed, bouncing over the ruts and the washboard gravel. Jackson stared at the digital clock on the dashboard display. 3:14 a.m. The darkest hour of the night. The temperature outside the cab hovered near freezing. The dead grid swallowed the landscape, offering a black void in every direction. Leo waits in the infirmary, Jackson said, breaking the silence. The medic stabilized him, Vance said. 2 broken ribs. Systemic shock. He sleeps in a clean bed. Sterling allowed it. Sterling recognized leverage, Vance said. I promised him Vargas. I promised him the solution to his logistical nightmare. You deliver the solution. We deliver the solution, Vance corrected. Sterling runs a corporate machine. The machine operates on contracts and delivery receipts. We walk through the front gate with the prize. The machine pays the invoice. Jackson looked in the rearview mirror. He saw Finn's silhouette in the back seat, hovering over Cole. The irregular gasping breaths from the unconscious boy filled the cab, a terrifying soundtrack to the desperate drive. Jackson looked back at the dashboard. If Cole dies, Jackson started. He failed to finish the sentence. The words caught in his throat. Cole fights, Vance said. He kept his eyes locked on the twisting trail. The human body possesses massive resilience. It seeks survival. You focus on the destination. You let the doctors handle the skull. The Dodge hit the flat hardpan of the desert basin. The limestone canyon walls receded into the darkness behind them. Vance pushed the accelerator to the floor. The heavy truck surged forward, eating the miles. The suspension absorbed the craters and the deep ruts. The headlights cut a brilliant swath through the scrub brush. They approached the intersection with State Road 118. Vance did not touch the brakes. He launched the heavy Dodge off the dirt track and onto the asphalt. The transition sent a violent shudder through the chassis. The tires gripped the blacktop. The smooth surface transformed the ride. The chaotic bouncing ceased. The diesel engine settled into a deep, rhythmic hum. Vance pushed the speedometer past 80 miles an hour. The highway stretched straight and empty toward the horizon. No taillights. No oncoming traffic. The severed fiber-optic cables kept the county blind and paralyzed. Jackson gripped the door handle. He watched the white lane dividers flash past the window in a hypnotic blur. He prayed to a god he ignored for years. He bargained with the universe. He offered the ranch, the horses, and his own life in exchange for the heartbeat in the back seat. A dull orange glow broke the absolute blackness of the southern horizon. The camp vanguard perimeter lights. The halogen floodlights created an artificial sunrise over the dry lake bed. The PMC facility stood like a fortified island in a sea of dead earth. 10 miles, Vance said. Jackson reached back and touched Finn's knee. Finn squeezed his brother's hand. They raced toward the concrete walls, carrying the blood of the Badlands and the ultimate prize of the dark zone. The hunt ended, but the reckoning inside the wire awaited them. Chapter 19. Kill the headlights. Keep your hands visible. The digitized voice boomed through the external loudspeaker. It echoed off the concrete T-walls of Camp Vanguard. Vance reached forward. He twisted the knob on the dashboard. The halogen beams of the Dodge Ram died. The towering perimeter floodlights compensated, flooding the cab with a harsh, shadowless glare. The light exposed the blood drying on Jackson's face, and the dust caked deep into the creases of Vance's denim shirt. 4 guards in desert camouflage flanked the primary access lane. They raised their short-barreled rifles. They anchored the buttstocks against their shoulders. They centered their optical sights on the windshield of the rusted truck. Vance killed the Cummins diesel engine. The massive iron block shuddered into silence. "Exit the vehicle," the loudspeaker commanded. Empty hands. Vance pushed the heavy door open. He stepped onto the asphalt. He kept his palms open, resting them on the roof of the cab. Jackson mirrored the movement on the passenger side. He left the AR-15 resting on the seat. He stepped into the glaring light. The cold air hit his soaked canvas jacket, but the adrenaline overrode the chill. He felt the fractured bones in his face throb in time with his heartbeat. The lead guard approached the driver's side. He kept his weapon at the low ready. "You violate the perimeter protocol, Corren," the guard said. "I denied you medical entry hours ago. You return with an unauthorized vehicle." "I bring the payload," Vance said. "I see a stolen cartel truck," the guard said. "I see an armed teenager." "Look in the bed," Vance said. The guard sidestepped toward the rear of the Dodge. He kept one eye on Vance and one eye on the ribbed steel cargo area. He peered over the edge of the tailgate. Alberto Vargas lay hog-tied in the brass casings. The cartel boss glared up at the guard. The dirty gag filled his mouth. Dried blood from the deep knife wound crusted his tactical shirt. The man resembled a trapped rhinoceros, radiating pure, contained violence. The guard lowered his rifle. He recognized the jagged scar. He recognized the face from the $50,000 paper pinned to the contractor corkboard. "You bagged the white whale," the guard said. "I claim the bounty," Vance said. "Call Commander Sterling. Tell him I deliver the package. Tell him I require the trauma team at this gate. Now." The guard tapped the communication unit on his shoulder. He spoke rapid, clipped codes into the microphone. Jackson leaned against the front fender. He watched the exchange. The corporate machinery of the private military base functioned on leverage and profit. The farm boy understood the transaction. They held the ultimate currency in the truck bed. A ragged, desperate gasp drifted through the open window of the rear cab. Cole fought for oxygen. The Shane Stokes respiration worsened. The silence between breaths stretched longer, agonizing intervals of absolute stillness followed by frantic, choking gasps. Finn sobbed in the back seat, a raw, suppressed sound of total despair. "Open the gate," Jackson said. His voice cut through the hum of the perimeter lights. The lead guard looked at the boy. "The commander authorizes all entries." "My brother bleeds out in the leather," Jackson said. He pushed off the fender. He took a step toward the guard. "Open the steel." The guard raised the muzzle of his rifle an inch. "Hold your ground, kid." Jackson stared at the black hole of the barrel. He felt zero fear. The dark zone burned the fear out of his nervous system. He felt cold, absolute resolve. He locked his jaw. He prepared to close the distance and take the weapon from the man's hands. Vance intercepted the look. He stepped between Jackson and the guard. "Hold the chain," Vance whispered over his shoulder. The heavy steel barricade blocking the entrance groaned. The hydraulic motors engaged. The metal wall retracted along the grease tracks. An electric golf cart modified with off-road tires and tactical plating rolled through the gap. Commander Sterling sat in the passenger seat. He wore a pristine charcoal suit. A silver-insulated coffee mug rested in his cup holder. He looked immune to the freezing desert temperature. He projected the polished, sterile aura of a corporate boardroom. The cart stopped 10 feet from the Dodge. Sterling stepped onto the asphalt. He buttoned his suit jacket. He evaluated the scene. He noted the blood on Jackson's face. He noted the bullet holes tracing jagged lines across the body of the cartel truck. He walked to the tailgate. He looked down at Alberto Vargas. Vargas grunted through the gag. He thrashed his bound legs against the steel. Sterling offered a thin, humorless smile. "You deliver a mess, Corren," Sterling said. "I deliver a living asset," Vance said. "You wanted the hijacking ring dismantled. The head of the snake sits in the bed. The ring ceases to exist. The bounty specifies proof of death." "The bounty specifies elimination of the threat," Vance corrected. "A breathing captive possesses value. He holds intelligence. He knows the cartel supply routes. He knows the broker purchasing the stolen mustangs. You extract the information. You maximize the return on your investment." Sterling considered the logic. He possessed a predator's appreciation for raw data. Vargas represented a gold mine of actionable intelligence. "Acceptable," Sterling said. "Transfer the prisoner to the holding cells. We process the payment." "Transfer the trauma team to this asphalt," Vance said. "The payment waits. The boy bleeds." Sterling looked at the dark windows of the rear cab. "The Vanguard Infirmary serves PMC personnel exclusively," Sterling recited. Jackson moved. He bypassed Vance. He bypassed the guards. He stepped within arm's reach of the commander. The guards tensed, their fingers tightening on their triggers. Sterling raised a hand, signaling them to hold their fire. He analyzed the boy. He saw the shattered nose. He saw the deep, purple bruises forming around the eyes. He saw the cold, dead vacuum replacing the soul behind those eyes. "Your men wear armor," Jackson said. His voice lacked any tremor. "They carry rifles. They hide behind concrete. I faced the monster in the dark. I cut him down. I brought him to your door." Sterling maintained his polished silence. "My brother lies in that seat," Jackson said. His brain swells. "He requires a drill to relieve the pressure. You deny him the bed, you become the enemy. I swear to whatever God watches this desert, I will burn your $50,000 to ash." Jackson drew the heavy folding knife from his belt. He snapped the blade open. The steel caught the glare of the halogen lights. He turned his back on Sterling. He walked to the tailgate. He climbed into the bed of the truck. He knelt beside Alberto Vargas. He placed the razor edge of the blade against the cartel boss's carotid artery. Vargas stopped thrashing. The massive man froze. He felt the cold bite of the steel against his pulse. Jackson looked back at Sterling. "You want the intelligence," Jackson said. "You want the supply routes. You want the leverage over the border brokers. You open the infirmary doors, or I sever the artery. I let the intelligence bleed out over your pristine asphalt. The market correction ends right here." A heavy silence descended over the gate. The hum of the generators provided the singular soundtrack. Vance kept his hands resting on the cab roof. He watched the boy execute the negotiation. Jackson held the chain. He utilized the monster. He turned the cartel boss into a playing card and slapped it down on the corporate table. Sterling evaluated the geometry of the threat. He recognized absolute conviction. The farm boy possessed zero bluff. He intended to slit the throat and sacrifice the fortune. Sterling pulled a radio from his suit pocket. He keyed the microphone. "Deploy Trauma Team Alpha to the main gate," Sterling commanded. "Prepare Bay 1 for emergency neurosurgery. Severe cranial impact." He clipped the radio back to his belt. He looked at Jackson. "Step away from the asset," Sterling said. Jackson kept the blade pressed against the skin for 3 full seconds. He ensured the message penetrated the corporate armor. He pulled the knife back. He closed the blade. He hopped down from the tailgate. The wail of a siren pierced the air inside the compound. An ambulance, painted flat white with military markings, rushed down the access road. It cleared the concrete chicanes and skidded to a halt beside the Dodge Ram. 4 medics piled out of the rear doors. They pushed a collapsible aluminum gurney. They carried hard plastic trauma kits. "Rear cab," Vance directed. The medics hauled the door open. They assessed the situation in a fraction of a second. They operated with ruthless efficiency. One medic slapped an oxygen mask over Cole's face. Another secured a rigid cervical collar around his neck. They slid a plastic backboard beneath his spine. They lifted him from the leather bench seat and transferred him to the gurney. Finn stumbled out of the truck behind them. The younger brother looked like a ghost, his clothes soaked in Cole's blood, his jaw locked in the makeshift bandages. A medic shined a penlight into Finn's eyes. "Broken mandible," the medic diagnosed. "Shock. Put him in the jump seat. We patch him in Bay 3. They loaded the gurney into the back of the ambulance. They guided Finn up the step. The heavy rear doors slammed shut, sealing the brothers inside the mobile emergency room. The ambulance driver hit the siren. The vehicle accelerated, tearing back through the gate and vanishing deep into the fortified heart of Camp Vanguard. Jackson watched the taillights disappear. The immediate crisis broke. The adrenaline receded, leaving a vast hollow exhaustion in its wake. He leaned against the side of the Dodge, resting his forehead against the cold steel of the door. 2 PMC guards approached the tailgate. They grabbed Vargas by the shoulders and the boots. They hauled the hog-tied cartel boss out of the truck bed and dumped him onto the asphalt. Vargas groaned, a muffled sound of pure rage. "Take him to interrogation room B," Sterling ordered. "Secure him to the chair. I begin the debriefing in 10 minutes." The guards dragged Vargas away, his heavy boots scraping across the pavement. Sterling turned his attention to Vance Corren. The polished executive demeanor returned. The transaction required completion. "The board offered $50,000 for proof of death," Sterling said. "You delivered a live captive. The intelligence holds value, but it requires extraction. The extraction costs time. The bounty adjusts to reflect the effort." "The bounty remains $50,000, Vance said. He stepped away from the truck. He stood square with the commander. "I saved you the ammunition of a firefight. I delivered the package wrapped in plastic." "I offer 40, Sterling countered. "Paid in gold bullion." 50, Vance repeated. "You deduct the cost of the trauma bay. You deduct the cost of the surgeon. You hand the remaining balance to the boy." Sterling raised an eyebrow. He looked at the bounty hunter. He looked at the teenager leaning against the truck. "You waive your fee," Sterling noted. "I utilize the diesel in this truck," Vance said. "I consider the tank of fuel my payment." Sterling reached into the pocket of his suit jacket. He extracted a heavy canvas pouch. The pouch clinked with the dense, unmistakable sound of solid metal. He tossed the pouch. Vance caught it out of the air. He felt the weight. He recognized the shape of the stamped Vanguard gold coins. 45,000, Sterling said. "I deducted 5,000 for the neurosurgeon and the bed space. The transaction concludes, Corren. You clear my gate. Sterling turned his back. He climbed into the passenger seat of the tactical golf cart. The driver engaged the electric motor. The cart whined, rolling through the gap in the steel barricade, following the path of the ambulance. The hydraulic motors engaged again. The massive steel wall slid shut, sealing the fortress. Vance stood on the asphalt. He held the canvas pouch in his right hand. He walked over to Jackson. The boy remained slumped against the door, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow. The monster retreated, leaving a battered, traumatized 19-year-old standing in the harsh glare of the perimeter lights. Vance grabbed the boy's wrist. He pressed the heavy canvas pouch into Jackson's palm. He curled the bloody fingers around the coarse fabric. Hold it tight, Vance commanded. Jackson opened his eyes. He looked at the pouch. He felt the weight of the gold. The coins represented survival. They represented the ranch. They represented the grass returning in the spring and the new foals dropping in the mud. The bank takes 20, Jackson whispered. You hold 45, Vance said. You pay the lien. You buy new foundation stock. You build a new herd. We lost the sorrel. You retain the dirt, Vance said. The dirt matters. The bloodline starts over. You start over. Jackson looked at the steel barricade. His brothers lay behind that wall, fighting the final battle in a sterile white room. He fought his war in the dark. Now he waited for the dawn. Get in the truck, Vance said. We park in the visitor lot. We wait for the medic's report. Jackson nodded. He clutched the gold to his chest. He opened the passenger door and climbed back into the cab. Vance walked to the driver's side. He slid behind the wheel. He twisted the key. The Cummins diesel roared back to life. He threw the transmission into gear and steered the stolen cartel truck toward the dark corner of the lot, putting the violence in the rearview mirror. Chapter 20. The eastern horizon bled. The bruised purple of the night yielded to a raw, scraped pink. Vance Corren sat behind the steering wheel of the Dodge Ram. He rested his boots on the dashboard. He watched the light claim the desert, stripping the shadows from the concrete walls of Camp Vanguard. Jackson slept in the passenger seat. The boy surrendered to exhaustion an hour ago, slumping against the passenger window. He kept both arms wrapped tight around the heavy canvas pouch of Vanguard gold. He protected the fortune with the fierce, subconscious grip of a drowning man holding a lifeline. The Cummins diesel idled, a low mechanical thrum vibrating the floorboards. A heavy steel pedestrian door opened at the base of the concrete perimeter wall. A man wearing green surgical scrubs stepped onto the asphalt. He held an aluminum clipboard. He squinted against the harsh glare of the perimeter floodlights, his eyes adjusting to the morning transition. Vance kicked his boots off the dashboard. He opened the door and stepped onto the blacktop. The freezing air carried the scent of aviation fuel, sterile iodine, and stale coffee. The heavy slam of the truck door woke the boy. Jackson jerked upright. He blinked, his shattered face contorting with fresh, sharp pain. He gripped the canvas pouch. He tracked the movement outside the cab. The medic, Vance said. Jackson scrambled out of the truck. He hit the pavement and limped toward the man in scrubs, ignoring the agonizing friction in his left knee. Cole Hayes, Jackson demanded. The surgeon consulted the clipboard. Dark blood splattered his green shirt, a stark contrast to the sterile bunker he just exited. We drilled the skull, the surgeon said. We relieved the intracranial pressure. We evacuated the hematoma. The brain stem functions show stabilization. He lives. He remains in an induced coma, the surgeon corrected. We let the brain rest. But his vitals display strong recovery indicators. He possesses a thick skull. Jackson released a long, ragged breath. His shoulders dropped 3 inches. The final, crushing weight lifted from his chest cavity. "Your other brothers occupy recovery beds," the surgeon continued. "We wired the fractured mandible. We taped the broken ribs. They require rest. They require time. I need to see them." "You require a security badge to enter the facility," the surgeon said. "Wait here." The surgeon turned and walked back through the heavy steel door. The hydraulic lock engaged, sealing the concrete wall. A new sound broke the morning silence. A grinding, metallic rattle. A rusted 1988 Ford F-150 limped up the access road. The farm truck lacked a muffler. Orange rust consumed the wheel wells. The vehicle coasted past the concrete chicanes and parked beside the stolen cartel Dodge. Sarah Hayes pushed the driver's side door open. She wore the same faded canvas work jacket. She gripped the Mossberg 590 tactical shotgun in her right hand. She surveyed the visitor lot. She saw the smeared blood on the asphalt. She saw the bullet holes, tracing jagged lines across the heavy steel body of the Dodge Ram. Then she saw her oldest son. Jackson stood in the morning light. The bruises turned his face into a grotesque, swollen mask. Dried blood caked his torn clothes. He resembled a casualty of a forgotten war, standing hollow and empty on the blacktop. Sarah dropped the shotgun. The weapon clattered against the pavement. She crossed the distance in 3 strides. She wrapped her arms around the boy. She ignored the blood and the dirt. She buried her face in the shoulder of his ruined canvas jacket. Jackson flinched, his broken ribs grinding in protest, but he returned the embrace. He buried his face in her hair. "The others?" Sarah asked. Her voice cracked, exposing the raw terror she held at bay throughout the long, dark night. "Inside the wall," Jackson said. "They breathe, Ma. Cole took a bad hit, but the doctors fixed the pressure. Leo and Finn rest." Sarah pulled back. She touched his shattered nose with gentle fingertips. "You look like a butcher's block." "I feel worse," Jackson said. He stepped back. He lifted the heavy canvas pouch. He pressed it into his mother's calloused hands. Sarah felt the dense weight. The metal coins clinked together. She untied the leather drawstring and looked inside the pouch. The stamped Vanguard gold caught the first bright rays of the morning sun. $45,000, Jackson said. "We pay the lien. We keep the ranch." Sarah stared at the fortune. The bank threatened to steal her dirt for 2 years. The gold represented salvation. It represented the future. "The horses," Sarah whispered. "Scattered," Jackson said. "The cartel took them. We blew the picket line to save our own skins." The mustangs ran back into the breaks. "Mustangs come home," Sarah said. She pulled the drawstring tight. "They find the water troughs. We gather them next week." Vance Corren walked around the front grille of the Dodge Ram. Sarah looked at the bounty hunter. She recognized the cold, detached geometry in his eyes. She understood the transaction, and she understood the toll it extracted. "You brought my boys back," Sarah said. "The boy brought himself back," Vance said. "He held the chain. He made the play. I provided the transportation." "You retain the cartel truck," Jackson said. He pointed to the heavy Dodge. "My Bronco sits in the bottom of a limestone crater," Vance said. The radiator cracked. The suspension failed. "The cartel owes me a vehicle. I accept the trade." Vance opened the driver's side door. Jackson walked over. The boy extended his right hand. The knuckles featured fresh scabs and dark purple bruises. Vance looked at the hand. He reached out and gripped it. A firm, bone-crushing handshake. A silent acknowledgement between predators who shared the dark zone and survived the hunt. "You keep the monster on the leash, kid," Vance said. "I prefer the farm," Jackson said. Vance released the grip. He climbed into the cab. He pulled the heavy door shut. He threw the transmission into gear. The Cummins diesel grunted. He steered the Dodge Ram out of the visitor lot, pointing the heavy chrome grille toward the open highway. The sun breached the horizon, flooding the Chihuahuan Desert with blinding light. The shadows retreated. The dark zone vanished, replaced by the baking heat of the day. Vance Corren adjusted the rearview mirror. He watched the mother and son standing on the asphalt, holding the gold, waiting for their family to heal. He reached into his shirt pocket. He extracted a crushed cigarette. He struck a match against the steering wheel. The sulfur flared. He inhaled the harsh tobacco smoke, letting the nicotine sharpen his focus. He drove south. The empty badlands stretched ahead, vast and unforgiving. He carried a full tank of diesel and a clear conscience. The corkboard in the Vanguard bunker held fresh paper. The desert held fresh targets. The hunt demanded motion, and Vance Corren intended to keep driving. The end.